to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And I just wanted to say hi to everyone here. Thank you all so much for being here. I saw little Miss Sharon. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. And then I also want to say thank you to you for gifting a membership. That was so sweet of you. And if you got a membership, congratulations. And please say thank you to little Miss Sharon. We love you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. And then I see Town Chat Cafe. So nice to see you, SI Officer. Good to see you. And Babs22. You have me cracking up over here, Babs22. And then Mally Cat, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Gosh, I can't believe you guys. It's same with Hey Jude. Oh my goodness. And thank you guys so much for gifting those memberships. It just means everything to me. And it just really helps out with keeping things going around here. So Also, Kiki 2025 True Crime, so good to see you, and I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad to have you here tonight. I hope that your day gets better. I'll try to make you guys laugh. We got Snarky Chris tonight, which is really funny. So I enjoy him anyway. And we have Mama Dukes too. Congratulations, Mama Dukes, for becoming a member of the Dragon Tribe, and welcome. And thank you for being here for Sebastian. I put a heart next to your name for that, because that's who we're here for, right? And we need to really, and I'm going to echo something that Chris is going to say later, but we really need to shake things up a bit, right? We need to shake it up. So what is Shaken Dragon Tribe? And then we have Show Poodles. I'm so glad to see you, Show Poodles. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom has been a member of the Dragon Tribe for 3 months as well. And so it's so nice to have you, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Thank you so much. And happy Tuesday to you too. Thank you. Thank you. I tried to rock it out tonight. You know, we're going to talk about fish sticks again. He's a special guest on the show. Not really. We have a really interesting statement that was sent over to me by Crabtree about the Warsham's footage. So I'm kind of working all of this in, but I didn't realize that I would have so much help from Chris too, while we're kind of working it up and building up to what I kind of think happened to Sebastian. What happened really the night that he went missing, because we still don't know. So I'm really working on that to kind of paint the picture. I also have Dan Bongino, his contact information on Twitter. I found him. So, and I was also looking for this other clip that Chris was talking about, but I couldn't find it. I was looking all over. I was asking people, have you seen this clip? Because I know I saw the clip, clipped version that someone clipped. It wasn't the whole live. I remember watching it. I want to say it's on YouTube, because I don't go on Twitter a whole lot. Hey, Nancy Fleming, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh no, I don't want to. I did not mean to drop that link, guys. Sorry. They changed the layout on. Every time I'm off, I swear they change the layout on me in here. Hey, Rob Beanie, good to see you. And I don't know why they do that. Hey, Carla, good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for everyone hitting the like button. I really appreciate you guys. Oh, hey, Blessed. Thank you so much, Blessed, for gifting 5 Lady Freedom memberships. Wow, that is so awesome. Thank you so much. Wow, now see, I feel blessed. Hey, G864, good to see you. Yeah, bless. That was so sweet of you. Thanks, Robini. Thank you, Mama Dukes, for sending the super chat, or excuse me, super sticker. I always get those confused. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I went to the beach for the first time. We had like a whole day where it didn't rain. I had planned a beach trip last week, but it didn't work out. So thank you, Carla. Thank you so much for the super chat. Awesome. Thank you so much. There we go. Now I got it right. Aw, you guys. Hi, Hindsight. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Snarky Chris is always awesome, right? I think I just dropped that link again. Oh, it's going to be that night. Babs, yeah, he is so funny when he is Snarky Chris. I love it, but I understand the frustration, and I know you do too. All of us do. It's like, enough is enough already, right? We need to find him. We need to find out what happened. Somebody needs to be held accountable. Hey, Megan Els, good to see you. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I mean, hey, Jude loves Snarky Chris too. He's the best. And, he works really hard on a lot of these different, presentations and things like that. And I'm just so grateful to have, the reinforcement too, because it's a lot of information, thinking back on it, and then to have someone else kind of helping with like piecing things together and going live about Sebastian. Gosh, I mean, I can't be more grateful. I will look forward to more of it too. Yes, that's the only way to shake it up, right? Hey, Jude, we got to shake things up. I mean, it's been too long, and we need to stand up with Seth and just say, hey, if you guys aren't going to work on it, yes, Mama Dukes, we love hindsight here too, and all the voices of truth, ladies, Mama Marissa and BMW Coop, we love those guys here, or those gals, right? But yeah, it's just important for us all to keep talking, I think. Hey, Cooper, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so we just have to keep going with it and stand together. Meg, that one was for you, Megan. You and Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom made that happen. You guys, no, it's hilarious, right? I don't know. I didn't want to make a whole new thumbnail for tonight, so I just kept the same one. Hey, Mama Marissa, good to see you. Good to be behind. Oh, looks like I had a glitch there. So admittedly, I should be further along. Yes, I was gonna, Carla, I'm gonna post the video of the beach. See, that's how behind I am. Like, I didn't even, because usually if I'm sitting there, I can, well, and it did rain a little bit, but if we would have just like rode it out, it probably wouldn't have been that bad. It probably would have like cooled things off a little bit. But hey, G Money Christmas, good to see you. I hope I said that right. G Money Christmas, that's cute. I like that. Mama Marissa says, please leave a comment after this live. Yes. Oh, yes. Hey, Jude. Thank you. Yes. I meant to email Mama Marissa and ask her to do that, but I did not. Hey, Jude, you are the bomb. Thank you. All my mods are the best, guys. See, look at there. Thanks, Meg, for dropping Chris's link. Yes, because we're going to go over Chris tonight. And, some of his breakdown of a lot of this stuff, because it is really frustrating. It just is. When we look at it, it's like, what is going on here exactly? And how come we can't get, answers and things like that? So it's, oh, hey, Napa Nudge Father. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the green hearts. So nice to have you. But, and I have quite a few clips to go over tonight with regard to, and they totally messed up the back office here. I don't know what they did, but my videos used to be like in a horizontal, and now they're all, vertical, and now they're all horizontal, and I'm like, oh. But and then I did add some comparison clips in with these, so I tried to make it a little bit more like reinforcing what Chris was saying, because we had talked about the last time how the Proud Feet seem to be like trolling YouTube, but they're not really searching, but they say they're searching, but they're not really, or people are saying, hey, they're searching, but then we find out they're not really searching. So it's really frustrating. And if they're not going to do it, then, just at least, I guess, say that you're not doing it, but don't say that you are when you're not, I guess, is what's frustrating there. But we have Seth that goes out there and is really making every effort to go in front of the camera and try to bring awareness to his son. And then we have other YouTubers out there that are doing the same thing. So I'm just really appreciative of everyone that does that. So I want to pull in this clip, and I think I might do it in parts just because it wouldn't let me save it all the way through. But it kind of all flows together. So I might only pop in and say a little something and then go on. But this is just a shorter clip that I have.
No, and sadly, this case is starting to grow cold. And it's just, this case really bugs the heck out of me because I feel so bad for Seth. And of course, Sebastian, we need to find him, and those that are responsible, if there is, need to be held accountable. All right, let's get going. And it's just a case that I just feel like there is stuff there that it just needs to come to light. According to Kit Kat and Crispy over here at the top, one of their main theories for pretty much the first whole year that Sebastian was missing was that he wandered off. So if that was the case, in my experience, again, a little bit of experience that I've had working in other cases, and if you're new to the channel, I'll back that up. What are they doing? They're not searching, but you do have Seth out there outspoken, and we'll play a little clip that we played. Again, it's
453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville. His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising his voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, where Sebastian's father made an emotional plea today. Caitlin.
Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, was deeply frustrated when he spoke with me. He fears the case is going cold.
My son's been missing for 15 months, and they don't care.
Sebastian disappeared in February last year. He was just 15 years old. Initial search efforts involved local police, the TBI, and the FBI, but those physical searches have since shifted to focus on the investigative side. The last press conference on the case was more than a year ago.
I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me, so that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what job they're supposed to do.
That's why this case, it's so frustrating because just, again, with my experience working with some families, again, not a lot of experience, but some, and then seeing the two factions, Seth Rogers, the two camps, Seth Rogers, and then Kit Kat and Crispy over here, just polar opposites, right? Polar opposites. How come we don't see Kit Kat, Katie, Stinkfeet out here doing the same thing, right? What are we doing? We're sitting on our hands? Why is Seth out here being outspoken? You got Crispy who's just, trolling YouTube. But what else are they doing, right?
It's due to an increased fear because of the danger from threats, harassment, and as well as trespassing.
The family of a missing Sumner County teenager made their case today against a YouTuber who's been covering the case of Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. They claim Bullhorn Betty stalked and harassed their family despite orders of protection.
Yes, News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry was in court as a judge decided whether a criminal case against the YouTuber should move forward.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
For about an hour this afternoon, Katie and Chris Proudfoot testified against YouTuber Andra Griffin, also known as Bullhorn Betty, claiming she violated the terms of 3 order of protections.
Okay, guys, so I just wanted to throw that in there. So they were also spending quite a lot of time at court taking YouTubers who were covering their son's case to court and calling it harassment. And, Bullhorn Betty has tons of followers. I don't even know how many she has, but nevertheless, I just wanted to kind of put this in as another example of how the Proud Feet have chosen to spend their time rather than looking for Sebastian or organizing searches with others. So here we go. Here's this next clip.
Are you tagged in this video?
I am.
Is your full name tagged in this video?
It is.
She's reporting a bunch of lies. She's harassing me. Harassing my family.
Sebastian Rogers' case gained national attention from news outlets and social media users after he disappeared from his home in Hendersonville last year. Griffin, with her 38,000 subscribers, was one of those YouTubers covering the case.
Ms. Griffin has reported, I would say frequently, on the disappearance of your son Sebastian. Is that right?
Daily, sometimes multiple times a day.
Wow, Katie, most people would be grateful for that kind of coverage. Most people don't get that kind of coverage. How about a thank you?
In August, Sebastian's mom and step-grandparents were given an order of protection against the YouTuber after they say she stalked and harassed them. Griffin was then banned from having any contact with the family, directly or indirectly. But the Proudfoots told the court that same day Griffin violated the terms by talking about them in a YouTube live stream and including their names in hashtags.
After this case is said and done, I will be going after the Proudfoots and the Ballystocks for damages.
Immediately, we showed our phones to Detective Bynes and said, look, it's already started.
The initial preliminary hearing today was cut short, with the judge saying he could not preside over the case due to threats. The hearing was then passed to a different judge who oversaw the case. Attorneys for both sides argued about intentions and what is included in the First Amendment.
If she didn't intend for Chris Proudfoot to view the video, why would you hashtag Chris Proudfoot? If she didn't intend for Miss Katie Proudfoot to view the video, why would you hashtag Katie Proudfoot?
It's up to Chris or Katie whether they go to search out the content that is hashtagged. You hashtag your content so that people can find it more easily when they search those particular names. Try again.
This is First Amendment protected speech. There has to be some action that will require that by Ms. Griffin to direct that to the petitioners. And the statute clearly says that it's only a violation if the defendant knowingly does that.
This case is moving to a grand jury on May 23rd. The order of protection is still in place for all parties, and the judge ruled that she can say the Proudfoot's names in her coverage, but will face consequences if she steps over the line of protected speech. Bob.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing. He's been missing for over 365 days. He's been missing for 14 months. I think people need to start focusing on Sebastian more. He's the one who's missing. What on God's green earth could be more important than that?
Hey, back off. You better get those tits out of my face, or I'll show you my tits. Working on my trash talk. You know, get respect from the other inmates. If I see you around here again, I'm gonna put a hashtag on your ass and see how many hits it gets. I'm gonna make you my bitch's bitch. You're gonna be my grand bitch. Hope you brought your Costco card because you're about to get dick in bulk.
This is so dark.
That says only one detective is actively assigned to the case and that he is often left to chase down the same leads, also sent to law enforcement.
We need more than just one set of eyes on this case, but it all falls on my shoulders to ask people to help find my son. My son means something to me. These people should be doing their job.
In his push for progress, Seth says he's reached out to lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert system handle missing children's cases.
It's a federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone and taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children.
According to the FBI, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the U.S. every year. Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian's.
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
If you think that's like acting, then shame on you. Just shame on you.
I agree. I'm sorry, guys. I had to put a little comic relief in there, but I mean, really, that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, he's not lying. He's telling the truth. He's out there searching for answers. He's pushing law enforcement to do their job. You know, all the while we have Katie and Chris complaining that a YouTuber with 38,000 subscribers, you know, at the 14 months mark of Sebastian being missing, was covering her son multiple times a day, right? It's important. That's what parents want. That's what they would want. So just kind of backing up, we got Kit Kat and Crispy, right? Not searching. 453 days in, Seth showed up outside of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, demanding answers, demanding follow-up on tips, you know, asking them to please help him weed through the tips so he's not following up on tips that they've already followed up on. He's just asking for an open line of communication, and why not? Hey, Captain Jules, good to see you. And why not? You know, all the while Chris and Katie are just playing the victims and acting like, you know, woe is me. 15 months, my son's been missing, Seth says, 15 months, and they don't care. And that's how he feels, and he's standing outside asking for answers. Why doesn't Chris and Katie care? I mean, at the very least, Katie should care, but she doesn't, clearly, because she's not out there. She's not demanding answers. She's not saying, please help me find my son. You know, she's not going up on panels and trying to debunk information that we may be getting wrong, because I assure you we are getting things wrong because we don't have the correct information. And we've been talking about this a lot lately, you know, and then we look at Seth versus Kit Kat, right? And Stink Feet, just basically trolling the internet. And Seth is out there trying to get answers. Again, it's just night and day. Crispy's always crying about something, you know. He plays the victim really, really well when he's in front of the judge and in front of, whoever he's trying to impress. We saw him on Nancy Grace. We saw him when he was, trying to be nice when he was with the different news outlets. America's Most Wanted was another one where we saw him a very different type of a Chris, right? But the whole Foot Clan was in tow, right? The whole Foot Clan was there. We had Mama Socks. We had, Stepfoot Socks. I don't know what we should call them, but they were there, along with all the crazy, local people who have really muddied the waters in this case tremendously. Cluminati. We're going to hear from Crabtree later. We have Terry Lynn, sitting over there, next to Molly Golightly. Very, and I don't know much about Molly. I think she might have called Chris Proudfoot at some point. I'm not sure, but we have all of those people in attendance. And of course, if they're local, they do have a right to be there. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is it's very strange. It's odd. And then we also have the police really slow to check the Proudfoot's electronics, their phones, 2 weeks until they did that. And then also we're going to hear in a later clip with Crabtree that he states that what he heard was that they didn't look at the Worshams. The police officers, did not come looking for any type of footage from Worshams until 2 weeks later after Sebastian went missing as well. So they really didn't seem to be getting as acquainted with all of the information that they should have, or that they were telling the public they were, because if they didn't get there until 2 weeks later, that's not what we were told in the beginning. We were told that they were looking at all of the footage, trail cams, everything. And I suppose that's not the case. And then we have a judge who recused himself 14 months in due to threats. We've had threats from the very beginning of this case. It's like they've made it into a huge fiasco. Hey, Holly S. Hey, little Miss Redo. Good to see you. Hi, Shutter Pie. Good to see you. All the water as well. Yeah, and I think I might have said it wrong. Shooty Pie. I thought water in the beginning as well, because usually children on the autism spectrum will have like a calming relationship with water. And if he was stressed out, say Sebastian was stressed out, maybe he would have went there. We also heard later that he liked to go fishing with Seth. And so, but we also found out that Sebastian was more of a kid that would kind of stay close, and he wasn't really a kid that would wander too far away. So in the beginning, I just had a different perception of Sebastian's abilities. And I think a lot of us did. And I know Katie actually brought that up later in her, her interview with Fox. It was Holly Thompson, I do believe. And that was at the year mark. And she said, that there were a lot of misconceptions out there. But I mean, who did that, Oh, thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. I will go and look at it. Thank you so much for letting me know. Yeah, and it's just, it's crazy. Oh, yes, absolutely. Mama Duke says, Canine Jules, thank you and Gator for searching with BHB for Caitlin Harp. She was a friend of my son's. Oh, Mama Duke said, I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. My goodness, what a small world. Oh, goodness. Well, I will be praying for your son. And yes, thank you, Jules, for that. Yeah, I saw that as well. And thank you for reminding me, Mama Duke. Somebody sent that to me, Jules, and said, look at this. And I said, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Yes, Little Redo, I did hear about that. Anyone else hear about the single leg bone found? I did hear that. And then I saw someone had sent me, I was going to upload it, but I have so much in there that I know there was, I think it was Crime Time Buzz that made a map, which is really cool, where she kind of made the distances between where that bone was found and the distance between, I think it was Holly Snap, Sebastian Rogers, and Summer Wells, and there was a fourth person, Layla Santinello, I believe. But I couldn't pull it in. Thank you for reminding me of that, Little Widow. Yeah, she called him and was totally hateful to him and then became friends with him. Yeah. Okay, so that, yeah, I know who you guys are talking about, the other mother, and the YouTuber. Yeah, and I think that's what I would rather do. And I know that they kind of did do that, but the people that they did that with were Krama channels, right? They weren't true crime channels. It was all Krama, which means that they basically talk about they talk about YouTube creators who do true crime, and they make drama of it, right? Is the best understanding. And I apologize if I, put the wrong job description in for the work you do. But that's my understanding of it. You live stream other people's shit and you talk so much shit on them. You're rude. You create problems in between the true crime community, and then you sit back and laugh about it. Am I getting it wrong? I don't know. Forgive me. And I don't care. Mama Marissa says Molly did call Chris early on, not in support, but then there she is sitting in court with him. Yeah, and I heard they went to lunch or something too. And when I was looking for the clip that Chris was talking about, so I could send it over, I was listening to a couple of the other shorts and clips, and she said that when she went out to the hallway of the court, and she went to kind of shake everyone's hand, the girl with the purple hair, which is my understanding allegedly Chris's sister, Melissa, when she shook her hand, she said, "Good to meet you," or "Nice to meet you." And Molly said, "Yeah, well, Melissa said, "Well, that remains to be seen," to Molly, if it's good to meet her or not. And because I guess she talked some kind of stuff about her. I don't know. I was a little bit taken by that one. So I learned a couple things new yesterday while I was searching for the clip. And then, so yeah, the whole interaction at court was weird, right? From my understanding, there was a lot of people there and they all had different kind of stories, right, of what happened or what their points of view were, was depending on where they were, downstairs or whether they were upstairs, and all of that too in the previous court date. Well, and that's exactly it too, Carla. Who leaves the home your child went missing from? Who does not search for the missing child? And who chases off searchers that are looking for your son? Craddock red flags. Yeah. And I mean, it's been really, really obvious, right? It's not like there's so many people that have come out, reputable sources, right? Not just a regular person. I can understand if I came out and said something, maybe somebody'd be like, well, maybe she's trying to get somebody, whatever, but when it's a whole organization like the United Cajun Navy or people who go out and search for people all the time, it's just, it's like, well, that's a pretty credible source when an entire organization is stating that there's threats and that they're bowing out because of that. And GA64 says on America's Most Wanted, CP looks like Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley. He sure did. Oh my gosh. And he was over there, you could tell. And then he changed the story too. What he said, he said when he called Seth, he said, "Sebastian's missing." No, he didn't say that. He said, "Don't be mad." He said, "Don't be mad" first, I'm pretty sure. Well, allegedly. I wasn't on the phone call, of course, but she's making him look much younger. I agree, Little Redo. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and, I didn't hear whether they identified anything about the bone, except for I was told it was found on July 4th. So, you know, I'm sure, and I don't want to get too gruesome, right? But like, um, a small person is going to have smaller bones, right, than a larger person, or somebody like if we're looking for Summer, and she met her demise at the age that she was when she went missing, then she'd have her femurs would be smaller and things of that nature. Um, you know, Sebastian would be larger. Halia says they may be worse than the Murdaws, in my opinion. Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, the Murdaws. I think if Alec wasn't taking like the hardcore rugs like he was, well, I guess there were prescription rugs, but if he hadn't have been doing that, I don't think that he would have been like the dynasty would have been taken down like it was. Because I think a lot of people were PO'd, right? Because he like stole a whole bunch of money from them and had this massive rug addiction. And thanks, Jules. Hey Jude, yes, thank you. Okay, so that was another one that I was watching, and I saw that today. Brooks Houck finally got a guilty today in Crystal Rogers' case. Oh my goodness. And where is beautiful Crystal Rogers? I mean, she just seemed like such a sweet person, and that got involved with this nasty old Brooks Houck. He is just, a big dummy, in my opinion. Hey, Social Butterfly, good to see you. Yes, Jude, thank you for the reminder. That is a good day in justice, right? Because, I mean, I was really nervous with all the corruption in that case that there wouldn't be this swift justice that we're seeing. I mean, I guess it took a long time, but couponing, good to see you. Oh, I must have missed something, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Jules. Yeah, I tried to get it up there because I want to make sure we do a big push to get a hold of Dan Bongino. Thank you. She says, by the way, love the preamble on your screen. I'm sure it's been there before, but I'm sleepy. Yeah, this is an old thumbnail or an old background too, but I figured I'd put it up because I want to do this campaign, and I know a lot of people are doing it too right now. So I think it'd be really good, to kind of, get a big group of people to just send a letter, and then also, send a message over on Twitter. Oh, Sammy G, we're talking about Sebastian Rogers' case, but we're kind of talking about a little bit of a mixture of different updates. I also heard that in the Travis Decker case, someone identified the tattoos or knew the tattoos. I think they didn't even see, from what I know, they didn't even see the pictures of the tattoos. They just, recalled them to the police, and then the police are like, oh yeah, he does have those tattoos. And so there may be a positive ID on where Decker is right now, which is someplace in Idaho. And if you guys have the exact place, definitely drop it in the chat and let me know. But I found that to be really interesting too, that someone seems to have saw Decker somewhere in Idaho, which, I mean, a lot of creepy stuff goes on in Idaho, I have to say. So I was like, wow, I don't know if I'm surprised or what, Oh, Social Butterfly says, does anyone remember, was there a U-Haul truck at the Proudfoots as well? I don't remember if there was. I don't remember hearing that, actually. But yeah, I'm curious to know too. Everyone is full of news today, right? There was a lot that happened today, right, little Miss Sharon? Yes, lots of stuff that happened today. Lots of updates, I guess, in different cases. And then in Lily and Jack's case, I think there was a pink blanket that was said to be found. I am really hesitant to, I'm so nervous to cover that case just because I don't know what some of this stuff is going on. What's going on with some of this stuff, I should say. Oh, and the phone silver's found. Yes, hey Jude. Exactly. The phone silver's found. And Chris brought a really good point up too with that. I mean, he's searched more than anyone. Oh, Social Butterfly says, because I heard there was a U-Haul around Summer Wells's home as well. Now that's interesting. And I haven't heard any updates on the TBI search. Well, I heard they were searching. Hey, Jude says, yes, Social Butterfly. So, wow, that's really interesting. Yeah. And then, of course, they had the floods in Texas, and I heard there's also floods in New Mexico as well. SI officer says, just putting this out there as I'm still curious and want to know, find it. Anyone see the infrared crawl space video? Yes. Thank you, SI officer, for that reminder as well. I have not. She says, and the live that was speaking of CP's Roman collection or connection, who they were. I wonder, do you know anything about that? Hey, Jude, because we were looking for that infrared video as well. And then, of course, I was going on a goose chase for that other one. Hey, Meow. But I know it is out there because I've seen, it was a clip. I didn't watch the actual live that it came from, but it was clipped by someone, and I don't know who clipped it. SI officer says I was listening to it and then I had to stop, but I can't remember who it is. I can't find it. And then the other one is the infrared crawl space video. I have not seen that. See, I haven't seen it either, but I think Sasha, was it Sasha that was telling us about it in chat here? Okay, Social Butterfly. Oh, she says, I've been looking for the photo if it's through all the channels, and I'm looking for the quote Crispy made. Yeah, see, and now, see, that's so good. I'm so glad everybody's looking for these clips and things like that. I need to be better about screen recording. I'm not good with that. I usually just download the whole thing and then pull it into my editor. So, hey, Suzanne, thank you for being here. Oh, okay. Thank you. Hindsight says it was in Springfield Creek, TBI overseeing it. Yeah. And, I'm trying to keep the faith in TBI. Oh, hey, Jude was talking about that Rob Beanie, about the phone silvers found. I thought it said Terry on it. And I'm not sure of the spelling. So, there's that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a possibility. Lil Redo says, I think he was lying about how big his addiction was. He would have been unalive taking that many in a day. Yeah. Well, and he may have been. Speaking of Alec Murdaugh, right? I think because he was really. Another reason he got caught is because he said that he set up this whole situation where his like crazy cousin, like pretended to shoot at him or something, or, pew him or whatever. I don't know what to say on YouTube, but yeah, that was another reason his dumb ass got caught, because he just, lies his butt off, and then he's all twacked out on, however many he was taking. Hey, Cinderella, thank you for being here. Rob Beanie says, it was found along, Carla says, Rob Beanie found along the road. It had Terry name in or on it. He had it to get it fixed before he could get it turned in over to law enforcement. Okay, did it get like in the weather and maybe rained on and things? He had to put it in some rice. Was it Terry with a Y or Terry with an I? Because Terry with a Y is how Mr. Bowersock spells his name. Also, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard. Yes. Hey, Jude. Yeah, I'm so happy that they put that one away, because he was a real pooper. The grizzly bears have been going crazy over there. Oh no, Jules. It's all connected, in my opinion, Jude says. I'm starting to wonder that myself. Yeah, I'm curious about the phone. I wonder what was in it. There was a FedEx truck at the Proudfoots a while back, Hey Jude says. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Holly S. says, these families always seem to have sketchy people doing their dirty work. I can't stop thinking of Jeff, CP's boss, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. He definitely seemed like he was just telling whatever Chris told him to say, or whatever he was, was agreed upon, or something like that, right? It absolutely sounded scripted. And then he really sounded like he was being overly grumpy with, Heather, and she's just basically trying to call and get information, I mean, bosses are used to that, especially like when somebody gets let go, usually people will call in for a reference, or say, hey, did this person work for you, and how long did they work there? And then you're like, yeah, whatever. And so bosses are used to that. You usually don't like bite somebody's head off for that. In this case, I think it would be a little bit more, well, it is more important, but I would think that the boss would look at that and take it more seriously, I guess, than he did. But hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Anyone know if CP has a tattoo on his upper bicep? I'm trying to think. I can't recall a picture that I saw his upper bicep. That's a good question. SI officer, I'm not sure. Oh, I know. Little Redo. Now Lily and Jack, what the hell did they plan it or not with that crap? Well, I know. And I'm just almost afraid to even put anything out, because there was that AI fake stuff that was out, and I'm like, unless it comes directly from the RCMP, or maybe, if somebody that I trust on YouTube that is covering it, I might replay something, but I'm really being a little bit extra careful, because those two kiddos, just like Sebastian, he doesn't deserve the circus shit. He does not deserve this. And, the Proud Feats, in my opinion, certainly created it, and I'm sure the YouTubers, us YouTubers are, part of it too, but it's hard not to, when you're covering a case like this. Even, Chris was talking about doing like the worst of Chris Proudfoot video or something like that. Oh my gosh, I bet you we could probably I don't even know. I think it'd be at least 10 hours long. I think it'd be at least 10 hours long. But I mean, it would just be, nonstop, just bashing everybody under the sun, you know? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Holly S., I hear you. I know. It's so sad. Well, and then we have the other case, with little Claire, and her mother's been charged. We'll have to see what happens there, but they kind of have a gag order on that case again. It's a little bit iffy. Hindsight says body markings of any kind are so important to note for identifiers. Absolutely. It was surprising that Sebastian's birthmarks were not told on his flyer. Yeah, I agree, Hindsight. And I think I did a video. I can't remember how far into it, but I was complaining about the flyers, and then I was like complaining about that too, right? Like the identifiers, right? Because like tattoos would be maybe for an adult, but like I don't have any tattoos, so they would have to go with my birthmarks and things like that. And so, I agree. And then I did quick make another flyer because I thought, well, I'm complaining enough about it. But there were so many discrepancies on all of the flyers. None of them really matched up or had the same information. In the very beginning, we didn't even know what he was wearing. And arguably, we still don't. I mean, Oh, wow. Kiki says, I'm working on this case of a man that's been on death row for over 30 years. Family reached out to me and says he's innocent. It's insane, y'all. I bet, Kiki. Do you think I mean, you don't have to answer me if you don't want, but I'm curious to know what you think about it. Little Red O, I was thinking of you. Well, all my Texas friends, I was thinking of you guys. Little Red O says, yes, the flooding was horrific. Our creek was running fast, filled with debris, and thank God I live on that hill. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Gosh, I didn't realize that the river came up so fast and it just kind of swooped through that camp. That's absolutely heartbreaking. I can't imagine. I watched one of the little girls, and she was on Fox News, I believe, with her mom. And she was 16 years old, so she was like up on the top of the hill. I guess that's kind of how they do it. The older kids are up higher up. But it just has to be devastating, and I guess she went to the camp, this was like her maybe 6th or 7th year in a row that she had went there. So ever since she was little, and you just kind of you just think that the kids are going to be safe, especially at a church camp. I mean, what a mess. What an absolute mess. Oh, that's interesting. Sammy says, I've been watching a lot of non-mainstream channels, including a Medium. The Clueless has been going after, but heard that not only did they have their house cleaned, had their yard landscaped. Oh, I knew about the house cleaning. Sorry, Sammy, I'm looking for you. Did I miss your number too? Oh, dagnabbit, I think I missed it. So many lives and clips have been removed since the case first started. That is so true, Mama Rissa. Thank you. Yes, and that's frustrating in and of itself because it's like, I know I heard it, right? Like then you're like second guessing, did I really hear it like that? And then you're like, I need to find it now so I can make sure. And That is so frustrating. Thank you for dropping Meow's channel. Hey, Jude. Yes, could be more than one person. TB, TL. I mean, there's more than one involved in this case now, really, in my opinion. I agree, Robini, and that's why I was like, well, what's the spelling on the name? Because there's one with that does spell it with an I, and the other one spells it with a Y. And there's, arguably lots of Terrys out there, especially like that was a popular name in the 80s. So it's like it could be anybody. Thanks, Social Butterfly. Did call check Clipper and for clips. You know what? I did. I thought I saw it on War Damn Eagle or Shady. I was thinking it was on Shady. Because I'd always go watch her clips of things. And I was so grateful that I didn't, God bless people that can sit through those and clip them, because they are so, like, I'd be in such a bad mood if I came up here and watched that all day long. No way. Oh, did I miss? I missed a question, I think. ASA officer says, Mom Marissa, yes, I was just going to say that. I thought maybe they were taking some for evidence down off of platforms, but at this point, I don't know. That's a good point, SI officer. That could be too, but I know I don't know what to think with that either. It's like, what the heck? Oh, that's true hindsight. Yeah, unfortunately, we won't know until they would be subpoenaed if needed. Thank you, Jules. Yeah. And I just think there's enough circumstantial evidence. I think there is. Well, it wouldn't shock me either if things were being planted, Holly S. It wouldn't shock me either, because there's just so much access and there's so many people that have inserted themselves and wanted to get notoriety, like being a part of things. And, nothing in this case would surprise me, says Cinderella. I agree. I mean, it's like, and I hate to, be like a conspiracy or think about the conspiracies and whatnot, but just ask Terry, says Meow. Is this your phone? Here you go, Mr. Socks. Ask Fish Sticks. Hey, Jude says, ask Fish Sticks. He'll tell us the truth. He's a real trustworthy guy. Hey, YouTuber. Good to have you. Thank you for being here. All right, let me go ahead and play this next clip. You guys are cracking me up over here. All right, so yes, we are on 3.
Not even the best actor. I mean, again, I know we covered this on July 4th, but I just had to play that because, again, he's out here. He's not out here on an anniversary or something. He's just out there in, I think this took place in what, March, maybe April, well, maybe not even that long. It was about 2 months ago, right? So we're in July, something around in there, 2 months ago when he had this. So it wasn't that long ago, But again, where's the other camp? What are they doing? I'll show you what they're doing.
We reached out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for a statement. They assured us this case remains
So you're going to get a little bit of snarky, Chris. I'm going to try to keep the language down because I want to try to stay humble. But we got to rock the boat here. And so I'm going to, you're in for a show.
Top priority and said in part, please know that behind the scenes, a tremendous amount of work has been done and will continue. Some aspects of the investigation are
it's heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking to hear that.
Of the case. Sebastian's family continues to ask for the community's help. If you know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI.
There you go.
Those numbers can be found on our website at WKRN.com. Live in Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
And so I'm going to kind of skip a little bit of this. This is, who has a bigger motive. Obviously, it's very clear. We'll just recap just really quickly, because I know this stuff we covered on 4th. I've got a whole new show for you guys. But again, the father only had Sebastian every other weekend. Every other weekend. So just a few days a month, right? And was working on getting custody. And then between the two factions, has the actual best alibi. He's on camera, we're not going to get into the alibi because it's just ridiculous that people even look at Seth, when he's, we know he's caught on camera and we know we've seen his, I have it somewhere in my files, but there's, screenshots of his, timesheet or whatever. But anyway, so again, what I said on July 4th, if he's sick of his son, all he has to do is just say, screw it. I don't want nothing to do with Sebastian. You take, full, and I'll just pay child custody, and I'll move on with my life, right? Like, why would you go through the process of trying to eliminate him when you could, if you just want him out of your life, you would just, I'm done taking him for every other weekend. It's too much for me. I'll just pay child support. And then, of course, you have the other side where mother's got full, responsibility. And then, of course, with the open CPS reports from Crispy, of course, there's a reason why, he hadn't seen Sebastian since like February.
We have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
Is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, and I'm just wondering, was he gone for 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other when you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. That's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him. Yeah. They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because clearly there was open CPS, whatever, we try to hide on that, but we know that there's multiple reports. So again, he drives a wedge between them. It's just, Occam's razor.
Okay, guys. So yeah, I agree here. Seth is Sebastian's voice. He has the best alibi because he's been fully transparent. He's told us, here's my timesheet. Here's my timesheet. This is when I was at work. So if there's any question about it, and most people would do that, right? If you're innocent, you don't have anything to hide, and you would be fully transparent. And we went over that too last time, so we won't go too far into it. But, Chris brings up a really good point that if Seth didn't want anything to do with Sebastian, or if he wanted to, say, get rid of him, that's horrible, but, or if he just didn't want anything to do with him anymore, he could have just paid child support and said, hey, I can't do this anymore, right? It's too much, or whatever reason he gave, right? There's a lot of parents that do that. It's not just dad, so don't get me wrong. But, at the end of the day, if a parent doesn't want their child, there's no one that forces them to be around their child. They just pay the child support and be done with it. Unfortunately, and that's sad, but it does happen. So it just, again, doesn't make sense why Seth would do that. And then again, I don't think he's acting at all. I think he's being very genuine. Also, we get into when the last time, according to Katie, right, that Sebastian saw Chris. And I just wanted to reinforce what Chris from Mob Crew was saying about that time frame, because Katie does verify that with Smiley Stories World, right? And on her podcast, she says to Smiley, you know, he really hasn't seen Sebastian since the beginning of February. He's been gone since the beginning of February, and then sometimes he works weekends, so he doesn't come home every weekend. So again, I think they were covering up the CPS reports, and again, Chris goes into that in the next kind of clip there, and says, you know, because even Katie says they have a pretty good relationship. She doesn't say, you know, they love each other, anything like that. She just says it's pretty good, right? And you know, pretty good just isn't really good enough when it's a family unit. You know, you would expect people to be getting along, and if they're not, then there's counseling services and different things that you can do or try. And if it's a step parent, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but if they're not getting along with your kid, then it's time for them to go, not the kid. And Sammy G says, yeah, we need to know who has the arm tattoos, who wears what glasses. Some of those costume pieces, I think probably were one, and another photos by TB and DG. Yes, I agree. I know that in the court clip, when we see Terry Bowersox, you can see what kind of glasses he's wearing in that one. But then he also has some very identifying features, as we all do, right? So he has the, you know, and I'm not trying to be rude, you know, but his teeth are very pronounced, right? And he has a very, he's got a very, well, I'm not trying to be rude. He's just an odd looking guy. You know what I mean? He's kind of a character, in my opinion. Let me see if I can't find him in here. Like, even if I change this background, you can kind of see him. Like, you could see him right there. You might have to zoom in a little bit and, you know, get me out of the picture there so you can tell. But I mean, like, you know, he's got a very pronounced nose. Also, Mama Socks, she's got like a very long, like, chin, right? Like, you know, like Jay Leno or something is what her chin reminds me of. Oh, no shit. No shit, hey Juge. Kathy has a Hendersonville dispatcher in her Facebook friends. Well, you know, it's funny what you find on Facebook. I did verify some friendships on Facebook myself. And it was eye-opening, to say the least, especially those surrounded. And we'll get more into, you know, Mr. Carr, Hendersonville PD that lives in the neighborhood behind Katie. Yes, hindsight, definitely a treasure trove. Yeah, where you can find a lot of information about people. This is the sweet. This is, you know, it's bittersweet because Crystal's still out there, but this is the sweet part, right? It didn't save Brooks Hauk to have money or police connections, though. Yeah, it didn't save him in the end, did he? Because, you know, at the end of the day, everyone's going to cover their own ass, right? And if they think they're going down, best believe they're going to cover their own ass before they cover your ass. And if you don't think so, just wait and find out, you know, and unless they're like a diehard person that, you know, wants to go down with you. And I mean, if that's how they are, more power to them. But, oh, far too many contradictory statements, SI officer. I agree. Wow. That is crazy, Jules. Trespassing. YouTuber. I can't help but wonder how many people that this family has harmed. Well, and I mean, I know that it's been at least the girlfriends of, the girlfriends of Christopher past, right? Or the wives, right? Because he's really quick to marry everybody, right? Because he doesn't really have girlfriends; he's got wives. He doesn't have a girlfriend. And I don't know that he knows about the concept of dating. Edgar, put your bra on. YouTuber, that's funny. Oh, Jules, now I'm nosy. I know. See, that's our curiosity. Oh, that's interesting. I was thinking the original dispatch on the case is no longer a dispatch, or I have my cases mixed up. Well, I'm not 100% sure on that one. Dispatch is a female, yeah, a female dispatcher. Hey, Jude. I do too. It seems like I do a lot of screenshotting, and then I'll go back and look up like, oh, holy hell, I don't know how I even have that in there, and I'll be like, this is what I needed. Or I'll be like, I know I screenshotted that somewhere, and I'm like looking through, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need more storage. Fish sticks and Crabtree are my go-to for the truth. If you're a truth seeker, you go to fish sticks or Crabtree, guaranteed. There's a Facebook post on pic of them giving out food to searchers in March or May. Oh, really? That's interesting, Robini. I also heard a clip that said that it was a clip of Chris saying that he wasn't the person who came up with the, free Chris Proudfoot page or whatever on Facebook. And I know we talked about that before, and he said that's not him, it's someone else. YouTuber. Bob is going through his snarky period, and we love it, right? I hope it's not a phase. I love it. No, but I do like Chris's, how humble he is and how sweet he is. I don't ever want him to lose that, but I do love when he gets snarky because, it's like, it's unexpected. It really is. Oh, hey, Jules to Kelly. Thank you for the super sticker. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Chris Mike is blessed lately. Oh, man, I had a good time. Well, and like I said, there was so much that I hadn't considered, and I don't want to move too quickly through everything, but I do want to, put everything kind of in order. And then I was like, oh, this is too good. And this is too many like gotcha moments, right, within there. And it's not like you want to see those, but, because I wish there wasn't like a gotcha or anything. I wish we could find Sebastian. I hate the games, and I know everybody does, but it's like, it's so good to hear somebody else saying, like, why aren't they searching? And how come they're acting like this? And don't give me that, baloney, because we all know it's baloney, Yeah, well, that's why I love you guys, Hindsight. She says we try to never misspeak unless we believe it to be, in our own opinions, to be what we feel to be true. Yeah, and I try that. I try really hard to do that too. That's why it's so hard in the Jack and Lily case, because if I felt like there was like a reliable source, and I'm not saying that the sources aren't reliable, I just don't know that to be true, and so I am very careful too, and and I try to keep, if I find out that I reported something wrong or I got something wrong, I do try to make sure that I say that way people know the truth, because the truth matters. The truth absolutely matters. And the truth will set you free or whatever. I mean, I believe that because it takes a load off of you, right? Especially if you've ever, like, all of us have lied in our lives, right? We've all had issues or whatever, like when you're young or whatever, and you realize that, a lie can be a really heavy burden. It can be, and even, I mean, I hate to say it, but when we look at Crispy and Katie, a lie could be a really heavy burden, and it shows in their physical appearance. And once you could take that burden off, it's like a weight lifted off of your shoulders, Yes, Kiki. And I love it because we do need to shake things up, right? Kiki says Chris Mob Crew gets fired up. He does, right? And I love that because we should be so fired up about it, lots of rabbit holes. Oh, that's interesting about the Freemasons. Snippy Katie, Shady Katie. I like calling her Shady Katie, but I try not to do that too often. I try not to do it too often. But gosh, she does. Like, especially when she does that little thing in the Texas Roadhouse. I'm like, ooh, okay, you're a shady little thing. Carla says that I like Chris from the Mob Crew. Mike, turn up. Us old ladies can hear him. Carla. I can remember. Okay, I can't remember where I got that from or why that's even in my head. I know, and it is confusing, Sammy. I totally agree. Yeah, the tone. I can't stand that tone. And then, like, just, we never know what kind of Katie we're going to get. We just don't know. We might get country Katie. We might get Chicago Katie. We might get, Aw, thanks, Holly S. Aw, that's so sweet. Says you're the best, Lady Freedom. Aw, thank you so much for the super chat. Aw, thanks, Holly. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. You guys are the best. Like I said, I had a relaxing day, but I was so ready to get back and talk true crime. I hear CP was at the parent-teacher conference in February before Sebastian went missing. So he was in town more than he wants everyone to believe, in my opinion. I agree with that completely. GA64, I do. Because we did hear about the parent-teacher conference, yes. And then it was also said that CP liked to take off early. Now, I'm not going to fault anybody for this, right? He worked really hard all week and he wants to get off on Thursday and have an extra day for the weekend. Hell's yeah, more power to you. But don't lie about it. Tell us that you were home. Tell us when the last time you were home. It'll make it easier on yourself, right? And you won't have to carry that burden of a lie. And so, but yeah, it makes me wonder if he was there or if it was like we've kind of heard that he may have went to maybe his mom's house or someone else's house, because why wouldn't he come home on the weekends that Sebastian wasn't there? Was things that bad between him and Katie that he wasn't coming home? I mean, something there isn't adding up, and there's a reason why they want us to believe that, Seth was, or excuse me, Seth, Chris wasn't home that whole entire time for that whole entire month. And then we find out that the parent-teacher conference happened and that, he was home. He was there, at least for that, and maybe he, but again, if you're not wanting to, oh, sorry, Jules, I need to check thank you for reminding me. I need to check my messages. I just saw you pop down. But yeah, it's all a lie. It just seems like it's all a lie. There had to have been more times than that Chris was home, and even the neighbors were saying that he came home on the weekends. SI officer says Seth is in an environment. He is on cameras. He has to report every hour on a log, and there are proxies. He needs to hit. There's no way he left. Yeah, it's just such a controlled environment, right? SI officer, thank you for that insight because, it's like it's a very high secure environment, high security environment, I think I should say. In terms of, like you said, you have commanding officers that you're, and then you have people that you're overseeing, right? And those people are not to be trusted. So you have to be really careful, right, with who you're dealing with and what they might have snuck into places that, we don't want to discuss. But, you just always have to be on your toes in a place like that. And everything has to be organized, because if it's not, then the inmates are looking for that little, glitch in the system, right? It's like, how can we get around the guards, and they have more time to think about things than anybody else. So they're always coming up with stuff, right? I mean, it's a very controlled and regimented environment where, they're being kept track of just as much as maybe the inmates, right? Because they have to report back to their higher ups and things like that. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you. Wait, what? Thank you so much. My butterfly dress. Yeah, hindsight says exactly 100% agreed. In my opinion, he did not leave at all. No, I don't think so either. And I don't think people would cover for someone that long. You might try to help a friend out, and I get that part, but not in a situation like this. No. That's where kind of friendship ends, and what's right is right kind of comes into play, right? And plus, you don't want to get your own butt in trouble. Carla says the parent that was involved in just doing searches to try and look innocent would not still be looking and out screaming for his son to come home. Oh yeah, that would only have lasted a few months. Seth is real. Yeah, I agree with that, Carla. Yes, his mask would fall at some point, right? Nobody's that good at keeping up with that. And then, I mean, I think Seth's demeanor is just very genuine. It's just kind of like what you see is what you get, Terry Dutoof. Hey, Jude. Oh my goodness. But that is one of his, really identifying features, we call the moon face. Yes. Leno and Snaggletooth. YouTuber. Oh my Lord, you guys. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I mean, really, like, those are the things that you're going to be able to see in the photos. I mean, it's undeniable, some people's features, especially when they're quite large. Halia says, it's always made me curious why people with money have been, or with people with money have bad teeth. When mine were bad, I was in pain 24/7 and saved for years to get them fixed. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it is painful. I lost a crown off the back of my tooth, and it was like, I don't know. I just, it was excruciating pain, and I just wanted it to stop. I agree. And they have plans and stuff, I would think. Now, realtors, obviously, you work for yourself. So typically unless you get on a team of realtors and they offer benefits of some sort, but most of them don't. Through Terry's job, I would think he would have some sort of benefits, The ugly and they ain't got no alibi. I have actually sung that before, that did that cheer for those two. I have. I have. Wait, what? No, it's okay, Kiki. I mean, it's one of those things where if we don't, laugh, we'll cry. Snaggletooth. Corn pop tooth. Corn pop. Corn pop tooth was a bad dude. Heavy. on the was. Hey, Sasha, good to see you. Good to see you. Like, oh, Sasha, that's what I was gonna ask you too. Have you have you been able to track down that infrared video? We're still so curious. I should say we all are. Yes, it's a Hasberg chin. Yes, yes. And Cruella DeVille does have that going on. She the long chin too. So 5 wives and 5 CPS report. Can we get 5 counts? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Oh Lord. Well, and he swears up and down that those weren't, oh no, not me. I didn't do that. Those weren't on me. Oh my gosh. If I could get the ex-wives on this panel, please, if you all watch, come on up, I think that comparing notes, I bet you he was probably like milder at first, but as he got, on and on, I wonder if that was. Shapoodle says I'm trying to doze off, but I'm gonna need y'all to hold it down in the chat. That's too funny. Oh, Shapoodles. I know, I'm over here laughing and giggling. I know, yeah, stay up with us, Jules says. Rob Beanie says they could do an interview with their face or voice blurred or whatever, but they won't speak for an innocent child to tell us about CP's past. Something is off. I agree, Rob Beanie. Why won't they just come out and say, this is what happened, right? But they never have. They've always added things in. Even if they were to come up and just do something like a car wash or whatever, like, I don't mean to always compare them to other parents, but you would see like that they're trying at least, right? But then all of the things that they've tried have been like a dead end already, right? Like that silly ground penetrating radar stuff. We're going to get into that too with Chris over here, because he had an expert in his chat. And I kind of didn't add all of that in because I think he said he was going to do another video or something. But I mean, that's really interesting because, he was saying that, oh, Sebastian, maybe he's over in the construction area, but that stuff is so expensive to just be willy-nilly and say, oh, let's go check it. I mean, they knew that wasn't going to happen. And then also saying, oh, there's some new footage out there and all the, crap that they did with the other photo that is pointing from Chris Carr's house, allegedly. It's crazy. Oh, absolutely. That's true. YouTuber Robini, I'm guessing, too scared. Remember what they did to Nina. And, I have to say, guys, I do research on people and stuff, and I don't always say what I've seen and that sort of thing, because it's just kind of for my own curiosity, and so maybe that I could stay on the right track when I'm reporting on things, right? But I'm not always going to say what I've looked at or whatever, show everything I see. But I'll just say Nina seems like a really good mom to me. She seems like she really adores her children, and she just wants the best for them, right? So from what I've seen, she's a gorgeous lady. She's got the gorgeous kids. I mean, Faith is just absolutely gorgeous, happy, looks very well adjusted, involved in activities. That's the kind of parent that you hope that the other parent is, right? Whether you're with them or not, you hope that they're treating your child well, that they're doing right by your child. That's who matters. You stop kind of worrying about yourself when your kids come around. We got to prove a crime occurred. That's right, Sasha. I'm hoping to do that with some information, kind of, I'm kind of trying to figure out how we can prove this. Absolutely. you know, Carla, Nina is so strong, right? And she is so just determined to help find Sebastian, because I think that she's equally disturbed as everyone else is, and especially having, you know, a beautiful little girl. You know, I'm not sure exactly her age, but what she's like 7 years old, and she's just like, where's my brother, right? And you know, little kids, sometimes they can be very inquisitive, right? And it just has to be so tough. But, you know, Nina telling her story, she, in my opinion, wasn't sugarcoating things to make her look better than even Chris. There were things that she had mentioned, you know, that were like things that didn't make her look the best, right? But she still said it because it's what happened. And I respect the hell out of her for that. And I always will. But Carla says, you know, Nina speaking out sure helped confirm what I believed about CP. It was heart-wrenching. Yes, absolutely. Well, and then other people were bringing up, you know, what happened to Rachel, the other wife. You know, it's heartbreaking. It really is. It really is. All right, guys, I'm going to play this next clip, and let me check my messages too here while we do that. And I think we're on, yes. Boy, they really, anytime they just throw me off, I swear. If they do one little thing that looks different, now I'm like, this is weird looking. Okay. All right, here we go, guys.
So I want to play this because the last time I did this, I clearly rocked the boat. I think this was in March, and then unfortunately I got sick, and then, you know, Crispy threatened, you know, well, allegedly threatened me, you know, for those that know. But I want to play this part, and then we'll get into the surveillance in about 10-15 minutes. I just got a few things I just want to, you know, get through. And thank you, everybody. We already got 500. Please hit that like button. God bless you. Again, we're going to get into some new stuff, but I just want to play this because I'm just want to show you my experience, and I want to show you just how, because yeah, you're going to get Snarky Chris here in just a minute, because there's so many things wrong with what we're just about to hear. And I'm going to get so upset for so many reasons, and I'll explain why, and I'm going to show you on the screen.
Maybe she's found a new path. Maybe she's
So of course, Crewminati has stink feet on, and they're talking about, you know, searches and stuff like that, and others. And the video you're seeing, I'll explain here in just a minute. But this video is us working on a Texas cold case, like, oh God, how many years old was it? Like 30-year-old cold case, trying to find this poor guy Larry's daughter, 2-year-old daughter, that is likely buried somewhere out here. It's terrible.
For the road to glory. I'm not sure. I mean, I do wish her the best on it. I hope that's what she's doing.
Well, I mean,
yeah, it's
you guys keep asking about the ground penetrating radar and stuff like that. I can tell.
Okay, did you hear what she just said? Now, those that know what they're talking about, just before Fisher left the scene, after just spending all his time on Twitter when he was hired by the Stink Feet, that towards the end, he mentioned, yeah, I think we're going to try to, you know, crowdfund a thing for GPS for that stupid construction site that they love to, you know, point people towards. And we're going to shut that shit down. Sorry. What you're seeing here, so there's two types of ground penetrating radar. There's the one with the lawnmower, right? That looks like a lawnmower. That's one way. This one's a different setup. It does the same thing. It's just kind of use different stuff, of course. You know, I would need Caroline to, you know, explain all the things. Actually, Dee in the chat has worked with this as well. Anyway, but this is kind of like it looks like a car battery, and you run like extension cords, and those lines then, you know, use electricity, and they check the resistance underground, right? And then they can see the voids and stuff like that. This equipment is so expensive, and to get somebody that has that equipment, that experience, knows what they're looking at when they get the readings, all that stuff costs a lot of money. A lot of money, right? So this is where I get really ticked off. The fact that they would try to pull on the heartstrings and try to pull people on that side of the camp, like, hey, we're going to do this ground penetrating radar thing, and the fact that how much it could cost, and all that, just knowing because I've worked with these, here I am. I'm filming this right now. Of course, I, helped a lot. We did a lot on this case. This is an Amber Crumb case out in Texas. But this is a lot.
Oh, you guys, I've told you this once before, but Chris and Katie are dedicated to finding their son, right? They do things in the background. They don't need to come out here, get in the spotlight, get ass pats and attaboys and pats on the head. I can 100% assure you. And let me tell you, the stuff that they're doing, it's not free, right?
No, it's not free at all. The GPR, for those that know what they're talking about, again, I'm not claiming I'm an expert. I've just seen it done. We worked out there for, I think, 5 days. I think we did 3 days, I think, of ground penetrating radar, maybe 4. But yeah, seen it how it's done. These people are full of shit. And now let's listen to Crispy.
Legitimate search things are being done on their dime, right? So they are not stopping the search for their son.
Bullshit.
Period. Will you hear about it on the internet?
Liar.
No, you won't.
Liar.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Yeah, you tell him, Westbrook. You tell him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no, I mean, she's very correct. We're not going to come out in the public and videotape and start posting on everything that we have done and are currently involved with or have planned. One, it just, if you publicize it, then too many people get involved and more people just tend to get in the way for certain things. And it's.
Do you know 99% of the missing children, teenagers, whatever, missing persons out there, the families, what they would give to be in this position, to have this kind of recognition where they could get people, God knows how many volunteers that would come out because it's such a big case? BS. This is such horseshit. All these families that, unfortunately, there's only those few cases that, unfortunately get to the top, right? That have that. They have that. They could bring in so many people because this is such a high profile case. And what he is saying, it's so disgusting. Again,
It is disgusting. I mean, just all of it. The lying that the channels that they choose to go on do for them. And they're not good liars, right? I mean, just the quote, legit searching things being done on their dime. And that's supposed to be taken as truth as well. Or we're supposed to believe that and say, oh, yeah, they're doing all they can. And then here's Chris saying, Clue is very correct. For one, we don't want to publicize things because when you publicize things, more people get involved. Well, yeah, that's called people who are going to volunteer their time and energy to finding Sebastian because they care and they want to find him. I mean, they want to help you because your child's missing. And that is something that is admirable and good, and I don't know why they're denying people helping. That absolutely makes no sense. We don't need what does she say, that they're doing things in the background because they don't need ass pats or attaboys or pats on their head. Well, good, because they're not going to get anything like that, right? It's expected. It's not like I'm not going to pat anybody's ass or their head. It's expected. You might get a good job, but that's about it. And you might get me to back off of you a little bit and think that you're not as guilty as you seem like you are, in my opinion, allegedly. So in the beginning here, going back, Crispy threatened Chris from the mob crew, right? And I remember when that was kind of going on, and also he wasn't the only one. Fish Sticks was also, going on Twitter nonstop. So, basically you guys paid that guy 15 G's to play around on Twitter and harass, again, YouTubers who are just trying to help you find your son, Katie, and your stepson, Chris. So Chris from the mob crew talks about an old case that has gone cold out of Texas of a 2-year-old little girl. And her father is desperately trying to find her. And, versus Chris and Katie Proudfoot, just another example of where a parent is desperate to find their child, and they're not playing around on YouTube, and they're not paying, a shameful, I don't even want to call him a private investigator, 15 G's for nothing, and then we're going to go into kind of a little bit of the ground penetrating radar and the grift for the PR, right? Because I guess I really didn't, I wasn't really aware of this grift until Chris brought it up tonight, and I'm glad he did, because again, it just shows them, really pissing on any resources that they could utilize, and why are they trying to raise money? And then all of a sudden this guy ducks out, and he's again too busy like harassing people on YouTube. He's not doing anything productive to help find Sebastian, and again, just really all he did was harm his reputation, in my opinion. So because again, just to be honest, during Riley Strain's case, I absolutely thought that they would find Riley, and when I did the calculations, which the calculations were not easy for me, because I'm not really great at that kind of thing, but after like researching and things like that, I understood that if Riley did fall into the river, or even if he was pushed into the river, that if he did enter the water that night, that he would end up about 10 days later downriver, right? And I was trying to understand that more fully, and because I thought Steve Fisher had that knowledge, I was asking him in the chat, and he did politely respond back to me. But in this case, he's totally ruined his reputation. I will never respect fish sticks ever again, which I'm sure he's heartbroken. Kiki says, I don't understand, because the case I'm on, they convicted with circumstantial, but can't do anything with this case. Same state in Tennessee. Wow. Okay. So the same state, and they did convict on circumstantial. Well, and I did some research too, Kiki, and it's an 80% conviction rate in Tennessee. Now that might have changed since I did the research, but when I did research on it, 80% conviction rate in a no body case. So I know a lot of people, and even myself, have said, I wonder if they're not going to do anything until they find Sebastian. But they don't necessarily have to, because they have convicted 80% of people without having the person in question there, right? So Sasha says, so if we believe Sebastian was abducted, and then we have evidence to prove this is probable, and we do, then isn't that a crime? So then isn't Seth clearable? So wouldn't that bring the feds in? That's a good point, Sasha. That's a good point. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that here in a little bit too, because Chris brings that in. There has to be a federal crime that has been committed in order for the FBI to take over without the office who holds jurisdiction allowing for it, right? Or inviting them in to help, is my understanding. That's to the best of my knowledge. And I think Jen did go over that. So yes, there would have to be a reason for the FBI to take over. So a federal crime would have had to be committed in order for that to happen. In the beginning, I was kind of thinking, well, actually closer to the 6-month mark, I was actually thinking, hey, maybe the FBI will get involved because Chris was traveling outside of state lines for work, but I don't know that they have enough evidence to corroborate or to constitute the FBI coming in. But that's a really good point. If there's an abduction, that could, and if they had evidence that possibly Sebastian was taken over state lines. Oh, wait, what? Absolutely. Biggest red flag, no 911 call. Biggest stupid move, CP text 911 to Seth and to Nina. Boom, right there, right? Wait, what? Come on. That's huge. You know, he has that wherewithal, right? To know that an emergency is 911. We all have it. It's been drilled into our heads since we were little itty bitty kids. And then, you know, here's CP, text 911. Seth, that's so true. Yep, to Nina, 911. Because Nina didn't answer his phone call right away, right? Because she's like, oh God, this guy again, right? Rob Beanie says, it's hard to be brave when you're afraid, but when a child is involved, usually natural grizzly normally comes out, in my opinion, and there are protection that could be put in place to protect their identities. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And like that mama bear mentality, right? You know, because you hear of another child going missing, or if we hear about Faith having to go and stay at the house, I mean, that kind of puts me into overdrive too, Robini. I agree. Because it's like, oh gosh, and just like I said, she's just a little doll, and to think that she's got to go in that house knowing her brother hasn't been found is got to just be terrifying. Social Butterfly says the only information we'd find on CP is on his dating site. Oh my gosh, I just want to see the profile and what he spent, like what kind of game Chris Proudfoot spits to get that many wives, you know what I mean? Like, he definitely says something right. I mean, he said something right 5 times at least. Carla says, Sasha, indeed, but Craddock is blind. He can't see any wrongdoing with stinky feet. Yeah, and I mean, it seems like he turns a blind eye to it. I agree, Carla. It's like it's a purposeful thing. Absolutely, SI officer. We're completely done with the silence, lies, and BS is enough. Seriously, Sebastian is deserving of justice. He is. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, SI officer. I agree. Yeah, hindsight. I agree here too. It would have to be proven first, and then it would be determined if it were an abduction, a kidnapping, or whatever else would be related to the event allegedly. Yeah, so it would have to be like a federal crime committed. So I wonder, I mean, there's got to be a loophole somewhere is what I'm thinking, but you know, I just don't know. But I agree, you know. Yes, he, Jude. This is exactly, wait, what? Yeah, Robini says certainly CP already knows where they are, so it has to be publicly. They are afraid of what they're afraid of, right? Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, most families want the volunteers. They want people out there because, you know, even if you could get, say, 20 people is better than just you out there searching, right? That's got to be so frustrating to just search by yourself and not have any help. But then when other people come, you know, you have that reinforcement. Also, it's hard to do a grid search with only 2 or 3 people, right? You need more people to be able to cover more area. So, well, that's true. Hey Jude says, Robini, they could just write something. Crazy Katie, KK's Crazy Katie, in my opinion, YouTuber. I don't want any more KK or CP. They make my stomach turn. I know. And even bringing in some of the horrible things, like Chris said, I've thought about doing that too. But I'm like, it would be forever, because even when I was doing the comparisons, one of my videos was like 6 hours long. I'm not even kidding, guys. And I mean, I didn't speed it up. That does help out with the time on the video. But I mean, it was just like one after another when they were doing the tour. And then also, you know, Chris started doing them by himself on Clue. And I think maybe even Granny. And I didn't even catch some of that, you know, because I'd see it in clips and I'd say, oh my gosh, when did he talk again? You know, I thought I had all of them written down and I knew what dates he spoke and everything, but it was just so wild, you know. Robini says, and if it was a stranger abduction, it could be payback from one of them or their families too, allegedly. That's a really great point, Robini. And I would think that I would, if I didn't see that light go back to the house. If that light didn't go back to the house, but there has to be some kind of explanation for that, and it's just, that's where I'm stuck, is on that, because to me, that's Katie bringing Sebastian out and then going back. So, hey, Ivana, good to see you. Thank you for being here. That's interesting. Social Butterfly, that's a good point. Life 360 wondering if his ex-wife had that too. Yeah. And I mean, they had the upgraded version. And then also they were like making sure, well, I shouldn't say they. It seems like Katie made sure that she was on camera all day, right? Until, I mean, maybe not when they were going to pick up the niece, right? Because they went to someone's house. But then when they were at BJ's, they're going to be on camera. It's a brand new building, right? They were doing like a grand opening. So I'm sure they had surveillance cameras in full swing and everything going that day. Then also Strike and Spare, we know, had the cameras, Texas Roadhouse, and then they keep, the Live 360, if that was on all day. The Apple Watch is another thing that would have had a lot of data from the day and what had gone on. I don't know what they're going to do with Summer's case. Sasha, that's a good question. That is such a good question, about if Summer is active with evidence, can't the case be taken from them? I mean, I would think so, but I just don't know. It's like they hold on to those cases, and even after 4 years, because we know he had it on his daughter's phone to track where they are. How you think he knew on change of schools? Oh, that's a great point, Social Butterfly. Yeah, because if they had, they must have had it on Faith's phone to track her, and that's how he found out that Nina was bringing her to the school on the reservation. Yeah. Hindsight says, Sasha, unfortunately, they don't speak, so no one knows what they have or don't have. Ugh. See, and that's frustrating too. Very frustrating. Show Poodle says Popo told him he couldn't give the dates he was home or he would. I'm sure of it. Right. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly, Show Poodles. Well said. I mean, and that's the thing. He was telling us too that, law enforcement telling us not to search. They're telling us not to do this. They're telling us not to do that. They don't tell you to, I mean, at first, I think they told them, hey, stick around at the house. Let us go search, right? They're trying to calm the parents down and say, look, we got this. We're going to go search for him. You stay put. If he comes home, let us know, right? Because he may come back home. And at that point, they didn't know. But as time went on, I don't think law enforcement was telling them not to search. I mean, and either way, they can say that, but it's not like you're breaking the law or anything like that. I mean, I think there may be 5 KPs, Cinderelli. Oh my goodness. 5, yeah. Social Butterfly, I think there's 1 KP, maybe 5 personalities and 5 accents. We've heard a lot of different accents, most definitely. Hey, Brenda Calvert. Brenda Calvert says also Seth would have to exit through a control center and the doors unlocked would have had a digital tracking if he left work. Oh, that's such a good point, right? Yeah, and that's another reason why it's just such a controlled environment. There's no way he would have, beat the system or, type of a thing. Good night, Kiki. Thank you for being here, hon. Thank you for being here. I hope we made you laugh. Thank you. Thank you, Sammy G. That's so sweet. Allegedly, couponing says allegedly CP was at the poker party. Yes, and I was trying to find more information on the poker party too, guys. I mean, again, I know people clipped it. I thought there was a live where they talked about it, but I can't find it. I don't know where it is. And I was looking for it and I just couldn't find it. You know, I mean, of course it's hearsay. It's hearsay. It's not like any of them came out and talked about it. Or that I know of. I mean, Chris might have been asked before. But again, you know, he's maintaining that he wasn't home that weekend, and then Katie and Chris are both maintaining that they weren't home, or he wasn't home the whole month, basically, like since the first of the month. It was the last time you saw Sebastian, you know. Oh, okay. Vanna says the lady on Crime Time Buzz reported that a leg was found in a creek near a bridge by the fairgrounds in Tennessee on July 4th. It's been sent to be forensically analyzed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I'm praying for whoever that belongs to. It's not terribly far from Sebastian, or, well, from what I kind of Googled it yesterday, rather. Good night, SI officer. Thanks for being here. Get some sleep. Corella's long chin trying to look like a Dalmatian. YouTubers, yeah, because I could totally see that, you know, when people are calling her Corella. Well, and some of the things that she writes on the internet, I'm like, oh my Lord. 66 homes is sure enough to pay for a home for Sebastian, in my opinion. Oh yeah, Robini. And she was, to my knowledge, kind of getting the really easy houses, right? Because most of the time realtors will have to go and call the sellers. You know, they wait till the listing isn't active with another agent, and then they go and call them, and they set up an interview, and then they give them, you know, the comps for the neighborhood, and they have a meeting, and then they sign a contract to list the home. I mean, it's a process, right? And you have to earn the person's business. But what apparently, to my knowledge, what Kathy Bowersox was doing was kind of catching the homes that were new builds. And I mean, you know, I'm not even going to say how much money you can make off that, because I don't know, but it's a shit ton. We'll just put it that way. It is a shit ton of money, and it's like no legwork, right? You hold an open house and you stand there and look pretty and you show the house. It is very easy. What she was doing, oh, she's a total catcher. Like, she's not working hard on that. Not at all, in my opinion. You know, she's not meeting with a new seller, you know, that's had their house on the market for, you know, 6 months to a year, and they're pissed off and they don't want to have to paint, but you're telling them to paint and different things like that, right? Thank you, Meg. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those things where it's, oh, I'm sure they're terrified, Brenda. Ex-wives are all probably so glad to be rid of him. They're probably afraid. Yeah, and they probably just want to close that chapter, you know. It would take something really, really serious for me to do that, to go on and talk about, you know, in my opinion, my ex-husband. I mean, you know, it just would. It'd have to be a really good reason. Somebody would have to be like, you know, reaching out to me and saying, could you please, or, you know, I really need you to tell, or something like this, right? Hey, Cece, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Don't be sorry. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, poor Nina is stuck, but yeah, for a blessed reason. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, face it all, I'll tell you. Oh my gosh, really? Hey Jude, that's great news. Thank you for letting me know. Oh my gosh, I haven't checked, guys. I've been so behind. Oh, I'm so glad. 3,000 subscribers. What? Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Thank you, guys. Oh man, well, I'm gonna have to do a party video for sure. Well, I know about the plastic, Sasha, that they said they found that big roll of plastic. It's really grody. Really, really grody to think about. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit behind in chat. GA64 says, in my opinion, the residents behind the Proudfoot's home captured what happened the night Sebastian went missing, but whether it was all turned over is the question. Also, there has to be more camera angles at the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of that. There has to be more camera angles because, you know, those places have cameras everywhere. And a lot of times there's cameras like even on the employees and things like that. You know, that's absolutely true. I agree. And then I don't know if all of that footage was turned over to Ellie or not. I don't know about that. I would hope so. No worries, Meg. I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Hey Jude, for dropping Mob Crew's link. Thank you, Bless. I know, I'm so excited. That's a huge milestone, right? Huge, huge, huge. I love it. That's great. So many clowns, it's unreal. I mean, too many. Well, and they're clowning around, you know, they're not taking things seriously. And then that includes law enforcement. And I've been trying not to, thank you, hindsight. I've been trying not to, go that way. See, Taylor says Fish Stick's gonna fundraise for that BS. What in the world, I mean, and it's like, hey, why don't you donate back some of that 15 grand? All you did is sit there on Twitter, Thank you, hindsight. Thank you, thank you. Yes, please, Sasha. I'll be looking too. I've been looking for a lot of info lately. And that was another thing why yesterday I was like, okay, I got to look for these things. I'm like, I would love to send that over to Chris and be like, look, I found it. Cause I knew exactly when he was talking about it and I knew it was clipped. I just can't remember who it was. Thank you, Jocelyn. Hey there. Thanks for being here. So yeah. Thank you, Sammy. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Thank you for hitting that like button. Oh, wait, what says, but remember they wanted to ship Sebastian off to a boarding school. They couldn't afford warning. These are the liars of the 2024 and 2025. Just saying. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where people started wondering about the schools. And I remember when Meg was like, hey, watch the program, because that is really eye-opening as to how they'll just tell parents that they're going to help the kids out, and then they'll take them in the middle of the night. And then it reminded me of Paris Hilton's story, where she was being bad and her and Nicole Richie were going out and all the little teeny boppers, the rich kids were going out and partying left and right. And then, her parents were like, no. And they had her taken in the middle of the night to Provo, Utah. And, she was abused there. And her friends were abused. And that's what happens in those schools because they're so secretive. Oh, that's a great point. Meg says something like, I don't even think she ran the Ring doorbell. Well, I know she didn't because we don't have one. Yeah. Look. Yep. Yes. Hey, Betty H. Good to see you. Betty H says, in my opinion, SF uses CP to find his ass. He needs somebody to help him find his ass. I'll tell you what. Because he's going to have to cover it sooner or later with all the dirt he's done. Thank you, Carla, for your super chat. She says, justice for Sebastian. Yeah, I mean, he needs justice. That's what it's come down to. He's been missing for far too long for there something, for it to be something innocent. And even if somebody is hiding him, that's against the law, right? His dad's looking for him. Absolutely. That is true, Betty H. Yes. CP is the one that had the teeth marks on his arms, not Seth. I also found a really good video about that too, Betty H, and I didn't get a chance to put it into all of this. But when I was searching for the other clips, I did see that as well. And I mean, it was really bad. You could see him all up and down his arms, his forearms here. So, yeah, absolutely. But it's funny they want to blame Seth, Good night, Betty H. Thanks for being here. I'm sorry, guys. I got a little bit behind in the chat. Thanks, Seth. Thank you for clarifying. Good to see you. Seth says the poker party was mentioned first by the crazy lot lizard lady, if I remember correctly. Yes, it was. It was. And she said that she knew people that were there. But I think that live was taken down, and I thought that she went on panel with, maybe it was Justin. Yeah, Meg, I believe that's correct too, because I know we were all going crazy in the chat, like, what about a poker party? And, what happened? Was he there? And then people were thinking, was he really there? Did he come home for the weekend? Thank you, couponing. Sasha says, you run a channel. How could I see this video and not be able to find it? Why didn't anyone else see it? Any thoughts? Because people will put stuff up, but then they'll take it down. I mean, I don't know. It is weird. I don't know why you would work so hard on something and then want to take it down. That's the issue that I'm thinking. I mean, that's how I am. It's like, I try to make sure if I'm going to put something up, I'm not going to have to take it down, and it doesn't have anything to do with monetization or anything. It's just, I try to believe in what I put up, and if I get something wrong, I'll tell you guys, but I mean, yeah, I think SF finds people that are already Farron, or maybe like in jail or in a hospital, because he makes phone calls, pretends he is law enforcement or FBI with his tricky CP word salad. Yeah, I mean, who knows how many lies. And I know one of the neighbors thought he was a shyster, you know what I mean? Hey, Pamela Roberts, good to see you. I got Rogers on the brain. I want everyone to see it. Why can't we how this can occur? Oh, sorry, dang thing. I did not mean to add that in there. I'm perplexed because I watched it. OMG. Well, that's got to be so frustrating, Sasha. I mean, I know. And see, I didn't see it. That one I think I would have saved right away. But, sometimes I'm kind of like that, where it's like I should grab it right there, but I'm in the middle of something else and I'm like, I'll go back to it. And then if somebody takes it down, makes me wonder if maybe it was AI. Carla says, what good would it do to send anything to Craddock? In my opinion, don't send them anything. Send it all to At Night. Well, I know. And that's what's frustrating. I mean, I know. Whenever I sent anything in, I sent it to everybody. I sent it to everybody that I could. That's true hindsight. It would be helpful to see any footage from left and right side parking areas of the Texas Roadhouse directly. Well, that would help us out with the Yellow Jacket too, I think. And then also just give us a wider view of what we're looking at, most definitely. Aw, that's sweet, Meg. There has been more footage at the car that was in the flashlight video and was in what direction it went. Police have to know who that was, in my opinion, and their silence is telling us it is related in this case, Brenda says. Yeah, I mean, I can never say, that I'm smarter than LE or that I have better equipment than LE. I mean, unless I was like, rich or something, and I could be like, look at my command center. Like, yeah, sure, I'd love to build a command center. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, only at that point could I say that I had better, but I don't have better training than them. I haven't been through classes where, they teach you to look for certain things, and, that all of that comes with, experience and training, and I don't even presume to have that. But so I have to think that they have that technology. My problem is I'm wondering if they're even utilizing it at this point. It's frustrating, right? It's like, what the heck are you guys doing? I mean, just like with this ground penetrating radar, right? Chris tells us that there's two types of ground penetrating radar. One kind of looks like a lawnmower, right? And the other one resembles a car battery. And so they basically do the same thing, and what they're doing is they're checking like the resistance underground and looking for voids, and there's certain things, again, that you're trained and then to look for, but it's very, very expensive. And I have to agree with Chris here too. I think they were grifting for this and never prepared to do anything like that. And even if they did, there has to be a specific area or some sort of starting point, right, for the experts to even want to come out and help them with that. So, again, they can say they're doing things, but if they're doing things that aren't helpful and are just counterproductive, then they're really not helping, right? Carla says, my gut told me in the beginning they were not trustworthy. I've been screaming it from the beginning, was happy when dog joined. I agree. I know. And I felt like that too, Carla. I think there was a point where I told law enforcement to get off their collective asses and do something. And that was pretty early on, and I kind of felt bad doing that actually at the time. But now looking back, I'm like, well, I felt like that for a reason. And I was watching everything and I was considering everything. And, I do think they dropped the ball. And if they weren't looking into things until 2 weeks later, we're going to find out. I mean, from Crabtree, and this is an opinion from the other side. I don't have any problem doing that. As a matter of fact, I would rather there not be sides, right? I wish we could all work together. I would love to get together with Crabtree and say, okay, well, maybe that's going a little too far. But, I would like to pick his ear a little bit and say, well, you said this, and if he was willing to help out and work as a team, then I would be willing to do that, right? But it's not going to happen. Again, shit in one hand, wish in the other. See which one fills up faster. Megan L says, anyone saying, Meg, I'm doing it again, Meg, here I go. Meg says, anyone saying that the feed are doing anything to help find Sebastian are delusional, in my opinion. If they wanted him found, they would ask for a cold case, the FBI, anyone and everyone. Yeah, they wouldn't be worried about or concerned about too many people showing up to help, right? I agree. Yeah, they'd want everybody involved. Yeah. And we're going to get more into, Thibodeau. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Matt Thibodeau does a great job, and Chris is a sweetheart. I'll just say that. He cuts it off, because Matt goes into in depth, and it's really funny. So I'll play it. It's coming up. But just what he's getting at, and we'll go into it after he says it. But I can't agree more. And honestly, anybody in their right mind looking at this would absolutely feel that way too. And well, we'll just get into it when it comes, but I would have to agree. All right, so we got
the last time I touched on this, I know I touched a nerve on them because Chris came after me literally like a week later. So clearly I touched a nerve when I covered this, so I'm hoping that'll happen again.
Just not conducive to what needs to be done, unfortunately. Don't get me wrong, I'm not an organizer. I'm not going to sit here and organize a 500-person search party, line us up in a
Yeah, why do that? Because, having 500 people, that's not going to help you at all, right? When we're doing these smaller cases, we're lucky if we get like 10, 15 people. You had 500 people out there. Of course, clearly you got some money. You could hire a couple of people. I mean, you had Fisher, or, fish sticks out there. I'm assuming he's kind of, done some, volunteer searching. And so, you get like one or two like captains that, organize that. Again, all this is excuses and bullshit.
The line and start marching through fields. I can't because one, there's a lot of legal issues. There's a lot of health issues.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
You gotta have some.
Don't care. That's me. Every time I hear him say that, that is me inside just things
in place, and it's just not something that we are equipped to do. But trust me, we do appreciate everybody looking. If you want to go out there and look on your own, please be safe.
Do I need to remind you, Taller, with the information that he has, what he's doing? Do I need to remind you? Do I need to remind the trolls, because I know some trolls are going to come in here? Let me show you what Seth is doing.
Yes, the Amber Alert, getting it redone, and taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children.
According to the FBI,
That's
an
what Seth's
estimated
doing.
460,000 children are...
Because he's got information that doesn't lead, and we're going to get into the whole surveillance and about how BS him walking off. Well, we'll get into that.
reported missing in the
But for the
U.S. every
trolls.
year. Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian.
And let me ask anybody, is this on an anniversary? Because, obviously it's only, on a special occasion we get Kit Kat and Crispy, right?
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him.
I'm going to get so upset. I was thinking about pulling some Crispy highlights, but, I'd have to censor about 90% of it because it's just disgusting what comes out of his mouth. It's so disgusting. So disgusting. And 90% of it, 99% of it's towards women. And, don't talk about my truck. Don't talk about my wife. Don't talk about the case. Don't talk about this. Don't talk about that. F off. I'm going to leave this up because this is important because remember, we wanted to, because we need to shake things up, right? And I promise you, I've got the whole other show. Well, we need to shake some stuff up. And, we need to get it out of Sumner County's hands. We need to get it into somebody that actually cares. They didn't fumble the hell out of this in the beginning. And so there's the QR there you can scan. Now, so I was listening to Coffin Daffer's live, but I think it was like a week and a half ago. Now, I know that Seth is trying to get it to a federal level. Again, this is kind of out of my area of expertise. I don't know. According to Coffin Daffer, she doesn't think they can take that because I think you need evidence to show, like, it's like across the state, something happened across states, or it's got to be on federal ground. Again, that's not my area of expertise. Somebody knows in chat, please correct me. But she did say, which actually surprised me, that the National Missing and Exploited Children, they have a task force, which I thought was interesting. And she said that they could maybe take over this case. So that's very interesting. So I'm trying to look it up, or get to some contacts and see what I can do on my end, because I want to do whatever I can on my platform, thanks to you guys taking the time to whatever we can to get this out of Sumner County, right? Get it out of their hands. Clearly they're not speaking with Seth anymore, right? Crispy and Katie, they're probably on vacation somewhere. We want to play this because if you recall, remember how they said, well, we're not going to be posing for pictures, we're going to be working behind the scenes, right? But of course I have my connections very close, and if anything was going on, somebody would know, right? This case is so big that somebody would know. Anyway, here we have Fish Sticks, Crew Minotti, and then we have Kit Kat and Crispy over here. And I love Matt Thibodeau's reaction to this. I know this is a little bit old, but I want to play this clip because there's something in here. And I love Matt Thibodeau.
Someone sent me
I know this is a little bit older.
This was posted yesterday on Steve Fisher's X. And if you're unfamiliar, this is Katie and Chris. Steve Fisher, the guy who said that he was Chris's private investigator. Chris said no, he's lying. He said yes, he is. Who's lying? Because now they're all in a photo together. Was Chris lying? Was Steve Fisher lying? What is going on there? And then you have these two people from YouTube who I'm... See, I actually liked Steve Fisher at one point. I think that him going down, being boots on the ground in cases and active...
And that's what I said before. When I got into this case for the second time, I'm like, Fisher, again, he is a seasoned PI. He has a track record, right? Even though he's a piece of garbage, because of what he did to this case, he's garbage now. But again, it sucks because it's like, yes, this guy has a track record and he's still out there looking, but he sold his soul to the devil in this case, and it just,
Police searching is something that should be respected. What I don't respect, however, is the hypocrisy. Him claiming that he's going down to Hendersonville solely to look for Sebastian, staying, you know, out of everything, and he's just focused on Sebastian. Yet his ex is literally him just bashing other people who are, one, searching for Sebastian, and two, the person who is literally the biological father of Sebastian. How are you going to say that you're not down there for the drama when you're literally feeding into it, fueling it, and you're working with these two people right here? Just listen to this for a second.
Come try me. And I really mean that. Come try me. Like you ain't met nobody like my kind before.
Like, is that someone that you want to be searching with this?
Okay, guys, so how many souls has the devil claimed in this case? Well, lots of them from what I can see. I actually am working on a list, so that's kind of odd that was brought up. But nevertheless, you know, Crispy or Fish Sticks, maybe both of them, lied about whether, you know, SF was hired in the beginning. And I think a lot of us remember that. I certainly do. But just kind of going back, we have 500 people searching for a child, right, who's missing. Is a dream when your child is missing, because let's face it, many times you don't have that. And even Chris, with his experience, said that you're lucky to have like maybe 10 to 20 people, right? Or 10 or 15, I think he said. But, you know, he lays it down. He's like, look, this is a bunch of BS excuses. Hey, Rogue, bunch of BS excuses. You know, you get someone to organize, one or two captains, right? Organize a search and get your asses out there. Seth knows how to do it. He's done it several times. So Chris's excuses are: 1, legal issues; 2, health issues; 3, we're not equipped to search, right? So now all of a sudden he's not equipped to search, but before it was because law enforcement told them not to. And then he also goes on to say, hey, if you are going to search, more power to you. We're going to sit on our tushes, and good luck to you. What the hell? I mean, come on. That's absolutely ridiculous, right? So as Chris is going over this, right, and as he said, I mean, people were coming in, the trolls were descending upon his chat, and then he says, you know, and he shuts it down right away. He says, here's for the trolls coming in late to troll. This is what Seth is doing, you know. And Seth says, Sebastian's my world. I need my son back. I mean, I don't know. I guess he's got to say it until he's blue in the face so the trolls listen. Because he's been saying that. You know, and it's only on the special occasions when Chris and Katie think, oh, shit, you know, if we don't get out there, then we're going to get more hate, you know, so we might as well get out there and talk, you know, and they only come through on a special occasion. And that's not Seth. Seth is doing it every day, you know. And I agree with Chris. He says, let's shake it up. Let's ask for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Task Force to come in and help out, possibly take over. And we need somebody that didn't fumble, right? You guys fumbled the ball, and not only once, right? And then you have, you know, locals that have only their own interests at heart, right? Or searching for clout or whatever, in my opinion, running an interference for the proud feet, right? And then what does Crispy and Katie do? They go on a vacation, because allegedly they went on a couple of vacations already, which is odd. You know, I don't know. It's very odd. And then we have them lying about, you know, who is working for who in the beginning, when really all we wanted was the truth, and all you had to say was the truth. Like, yes, we did hire SF to work with us. That's it. You know, it is what it is. No reason to lie. No reason to sugarcoat it. We need real detectives. Absolutely, Carla. I agree. 100%. Thanks, Rogue. Thank you. Sasha says, is CP stepping on KP's foot, and is KP dripping on the that lady's head? What the hell? Oh, are you? That picture is hilarious. I don't know which one you're talking about, Sasha. Vanna says he needs to stop listening to Coffin Doffer. She has exposed herself to be pure evil in the Karen Reed case. Even the attorney, Badero, took out a huge post describing how horrible she is and what a liar. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Wow. Because, see, I was more versed in the first. It's ridiculous, Sasha. In the first Karen Reed trial, I watched it pretty regularly, and I thought I had a pretty good grasp on what was going on. But I did not know anything about that, so that's interesting. He might have health problems, but there is such thing as a car, four-wheelers. Rogue. Exactly. But they do not want them found. But they do not want him found is what I feel, because they're guilty. Yeah, absolutely. And they know where he is, in my opinion. They do. They do, Rogue. And I agree. He can give us a whole laundry list of reasons why, but, at the end of the day, it's all BS. And it's all just, basically, again, playing the violin for himself. Oh, I have legal issues to worry about and health issues and da-da-da. You think Seth's worried about that? Because if he was worried about that, Sebastian would have nothing done for him. He wouldn't have a voice. He wouldn't have anything. You think Seth's afraid to get out there and say that in front of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office? He's not. Because guess what? He doesn't care about anything but finding his son. KP is just stripping the umbrella on Clue, and CP is standing on KP's foot. It's Ruby. Oh, gotcha, in the picture. Anything to say smile for the camera, right? Oh, yeah, we're having a great time. Meg says, I agree with Rogue. Why do these people seem so creepy? My opinion. Well, and, it's inserting themselves into the case and not doing any good for it, A grief grifter. Oh my goodness, Fauna. See, I haven't watched Jen, I will be honest, and I do think that her opinion is valid with her having the experience in the FBI. I don't know what she did in the case with Karen Reed. That is interesting. I'll have to look into that. But I didn't watch the latest live, and I know some people were talking about it, and I know that's what Chris was talking about here in the clip. And for the record, I have a ton of health issues, but really would search night and day. I would want him found and do, yeah. And I do as a complete stranger. That's such a good point, Rogue. And, that was something that Mob had brought out before. He had said, look at Silvers on the scene. He is searched, and, Silvers too, his wife has come with and searched as well. And, they don't know Sebastian. They're from out of state. They just want to help, and they just want him found. And he's done so many beautiful song tributes and different things for him. I agree. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. There's not even one valid excuse, and they keep trying to come up with new ones, because now this is different than what we've heard, over and over again. So... Rogue, see, that breaks my heart. Yeah, well, that's why I was so glad to see, Chris, I was like, oh, thank God, in hindsight. But I will say, Voices of Truth, we do have a lot of good people still covering, but I know it's, getting few and far between, and I hate that, because there's still so much to examine in this case. There really is. And even if you have to go over and listen to what CP says, and, maybe we can catch a little nugget here and there. I hate giving him the clout, but yeah, hindsight says agreed, Rogue. There would be nothing to stop me from my child, just as his father does. And see, that's why I think we relate, right? So much with Seth. I do, for that reason, Anybody, any family member, or even just a friend, God, heaven forbid. I've really never known anybody personally, because it's horrible, right? That's me knocking on wood in my head. But, I've not known anybody personally who's had a child been missing, right? That a friend of mine or anything, but I can't imagine. I mean, I'd be out there doing whatever they needed me to, passing out flyers, whatever. Carla, absolutely, absolutely. And that's the huge big push that I'm so glad to hear so many creators too. Like also another person is Jay from Crime Time Buzz. I heard her pushing the Dan Bongino, getting a hold of him. And like I said, I got his Twitter for you guys, and I'm working on getting the address. I'm so behind on that, and I'm yuck, I hate that. But we're gonna get it out because the more of us that do it, the better. But I so agree. We cannot stop talking about Sebastian and demanding answers, and and just reminding people he's still out there. He's still missing. This case is highly suspicious. There's so many things that are going on where law enforcement are skipping over leads, and that should never happen. If a tip comes in, follow it to the fullest. It doesn't matter if you think it's, a prank or whatever you think it is. That doesn't matter. It has to be taken seriously until they know. And if somebody's doing that, they should get in trouble for that. Don't be messing around in a missing child's case. What is wrong with you? They need to be held accountable for that, in my opinion. I don't think they should just be let to, insert themselves in, that was, real funny, what a jerk. And Megan L says, they could have used their time and money to look for Sebastian. Instead, they used it on BHB. Exactly. And then paying this PI, and, quite possibly there might be money funneling through the certain channels that they're going to. I mean, it's unbelievable when you see how much money funnels through them. I mean, couponing. Thank you for being here, Super Sleuth. Thank you. Good night. Baby Huey acts like Chris. I tell you. I agree. He's just like a big old man baby. Well, I'm wondering about the second generation too, Sasha. Yeah, I haven't forgot about that either. Absolutely. Yeah, I thought about it too, Meg. I did too. Because I was like, what in the world is going on? Especially because I do think that the lights video holds a lot. Yeah, I could see that. I could see the frustration, Holly. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Well, that's true. BHB. Now, thank you for reminding me, Robini, because what I missed today, I started watching BHB, right, and then I was getting ready for the live and stuff. There was some cleaned up audio that she had on there, and I really wanted to go over and listen to it. So if you guys haven't, definitely check out Bullhorn Betty's live from today, because she may have some cleaned up audio over there, which I was really interested in hearing about, Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Silvers, they're so sweet for doing what they do, right? So sweet. I really, really appreciate for what they've done for Sebastian. It's a labor of love. It's a labor of love that we don't see from the parents, and it's just not right, Well, and that's it. Hindsight. I mean, who looks for their pet with their windows rolled up? Even so true. People search more for a pet than they do for their own son, in my opinion. And it's heartbreaking because we all know Sebastian deserves better, and they know damn well too. They have to. They have to. They have to know. At least Katie. I don't think that, Stinky Foot really has the capacity. I do think he's a narcissist. I think he's the worst type of malignant narcissist, right? In this day and age, I think some of us, display traits of narcissism. Sometimes you catch fleas from the narcissist, that's why probably the Chris highlight video is probably not the best idea, right? But still, yeah, it's just all wrong. Robini says, did you see the one Mob Crew did about the cameras and how impossible it would be? Yes, I have that tonight, Robini. I do. How impossible it would be for him to walk off without the neighbor's camera seeing him. It was good. Yeah. Yes, I got that too. Chris did like a really good overlay on the neighborhood to where you can kind of see the cameras and where the angles fit. And he said, you know, it's not going to be completely accurate on some of the homes, but a lot of them he does know how many cameras are there and what angles they point at. So we're definitely going to get into it, because I thought that was super interesting. And you know, how much hard work goes into that, you know? Oh gosh, Meg, they should be screaming off the rooftops like Seth does. Every platform, pictures, his name everywhere. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. That's right. And demanding, because, you know, here's another thing that Seth also recognizes is that other kids aren't getting the help that they need either, you know, and he's pissed about it, and rightfully so. He knows how it feels, you know. That's true. That's a lot of money when you got when all you got to do is go through the back. It's very odd. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of money, and, you know, money that wasn't well spent. Because if I had a PI turned PR person, I would expect them to be doing PR for me and make me look better, at least help me out with an alibi, you know. All right, guys, let's get into this next clip, and then I'll get a little caught up in chat.
This is a trained professional searcher to you, because that's what he claims. He's working with trained professionals, but these are the people that he's searching with. I, for one, would not even allow this woman to be around my child with the mouth that she has, the things that she says.
Now, I don't want to get too personal with this, but there's one last thing he brings up. Now here, so again, because I know I may have some new people in here. So again, I'm not an expert. I have a little bit of experience in searching. For those that don't know, the guy next to me is Dan or Dave? Oh God, my dyslexics. But he's part of EquiSearch, and this was in the Dylan Rounds case, right?
Of the events in Sebastian's name. We've seen them motorcycle shopping. We've seen them camping at RV parks. We've seen them out.
And anyway, for those who don't know, Texas EquiSearch also was involved in searching for Sebastian. So there's a lot of people that I worked with Dylan Rounds for, I think we were out there 5 days back in 2022. It's been a while. And yeah, a lot of the same people. I don't think it was all the same crew, but they did go out there and search for Sebastian Rogers. So anyway, I would think you would want something at least that gives you, you know, some kind of circumstantial evidence that would, you know, point to him being in that construction zone, right? You just wouldn't want to bring out this equipment and spend all this time when, you know, you could be working on another case that has more circumstantial evidence that somebody might be under that area, right? With the cost and everything. And that's my point. And we're talking, you know, I'm going to do a short video on the Apple Watch that just ended up going missing. The second he was gone, her Apple Watch has never been seen. She's done tons of interviews. There's tons of photos, you know, they were captured, you know, out in public. No Apple Watch. She had the Apple Watch the night before Sebastian Rogers went missing. After that, Apple Watch is gone. And then what did law enforcement do with electronics? Because you'd think that'd be very huge to look at that. What did they do? Let's see. Again, 8 days after missing, no Apple Watch. Kind of think it's funny that, you know, kind of interesting. She has right where she had it, because she had it on her left hand, you know, the wedding ring. No Apple Watch. Of course, and, you know, I haven't seen the Apple Watch ever since.
Yeah. When they took my electronics and they didn't touch Chris or Katie's electronics for over 2 weeks. Over 2 weeks.
So
We've combed every electronic.
Look at the way she's just. And to me, I don't think she's being truthful, but at the same time, I do think they probably, in my opinion, I think they did comb through their electronics. We know they were both in the Navy. We know Katie is super intelligent, very intelligent with communications. We've gone over her background. And again, yeah.
I mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Wow. And then all of a sudden, I go to Chris's house that morning. And this is 2 weeks later, and he's like, "I can't give it to you. My account has been hacked, and somebody has bought in games like Minecraft and stuff like that on his account."
Okay.
Wait, I have another question for Stephen.
Go ahead, Mrs. Smith.
Stephen, you went to Warsham's, correct?
Yeah, I did, yes.
Okay, so you spoke to them regarding their video footage where they only keep the data or that video for 6 to 7 days, right? So it's not even like they could go back to see if those two...
yeah, so I spoke to... So that when I walked in there was 2 women at the register and a woman behind where they put all the food. And if you know anything about Warsham's, that's the place to get a biscuit since I was in high school. And So that woman that was in there, she super freaking sweet woman, man. I went in there it wasn't to ask about, the witnesses. It wasn't to ask about anything. It was simply just, hey, can I ask y'all something? Did y'all give your footage over to the cops? And she said, honey, the owner's here. I'm going to get him real quick. So she went and got him, and we were talking, and that's when, they explained 2 weeks after he had came up missing, two detectives came in there, and that is when they told them, hey, our footage literally rewrites every so many days. And so there was no way to pull it. But then from what I understood from that detective, and this is, kind of where I got shit jumbled up, was simply, so how it all got jumbled up was we were talking. The funny thing is, you go back to my video where I walked out of that damn sheriff's department that day, I never mentioned anything about the footage. Never. It wasn't even a plan until something happened and we put into play what happened. But long story short, we were talking about, I said, oh, cool, man. So if Sebastian was like in the area after he comes up missing, y'all would have footage of it. He said, oh, absolutely. And we got footage from everywhere. And that's when he told me about the Ring's doorbell system stuff, and which I thought was a really neat thing for any community, man. It don't link to your cameras inside your house. It just links to the ones outside or to the front door. So like if something happens and let's say somebody gets shot down the road and they need a car, well, they can link into these Ring cameras to see if somewhere somebody sees that car passing on that road.
Okay, guys, so that is pretty cool that there's footage linked in from outside Ring cameras in the neighborhood that the owners can choose only if they so choose to link up to the system, right? So that's something that is really valuable, and I appreciate the person tremendously that sent this to me, of course, because I mean, again, this is hearsay. This is coming from a less than reliable source. I understand that, and I do consider the sources, but I think it's valuable to listen to if Crabtree did indeed go to Worshams and ask these questions. So let's just back up a little bit from that. Matt Thibodeau is so funny. I'm going to have to go back and watch that full video that he had on there because, he's kind of disgusted by the situation as we are. He's like, look, Fish Sticks is supposed to be professionally trained and he's supposed to be, selective with who he works with and that sort of thing. So you wouldn't expect to see, a person like Cluminati and her husband Cletus with the mouth that they have on them, the way that they act, to be involved really, and it really, again, discredits Steve and anything that he's done in the past, right? He's literally ruining his own reputation, in my opinion. And then Matt goes into, how that we've seen them going motorcycle shopping, we've seen them camping, we've seen them vacationing, we've seen them doing all of these things, and not looking for Sebastian, not putting a green light bulb out, not a ribbon on the tree, not a nothing. And it's very disheartening and honestly disgusting. Chris goes into the circumstantial evidence that would need to come into play that would show that Sebastian was possibly in the construction zone. And when I say the construction zone, I'm referring to the new phase of homes that was being built right next to Victoria Place, right? A new phase and a different subdivision that was being built. And before Fish Sticks was fired or resigned, he was pointing toward that area without any evidence or anything, really. And then they started the grip for the ground penetrating radar. Katie's Apple Watch, again, makes me pause. It's very odd that we see her with it at the Texas Roadhouse, and then 8 days later, when she's being interviewed by Holly Thompson, it's not there anymore. It disappeared. And Then, of course, we hear a clip with Seth saying, 2 weeks after Sebastian went missing, they took the electronics. Also, that apparently Chris was hacked. His electronics were hacked. I think it was a laptop, if I'm not mistaken. 8 days in, Katie says that they combed over all of the electronics, right? But I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. I don't know how thorough they were or if they were given all of the electronics that they had. It doesn't really seem like they were being very forceful or like they were really trying to figure out what happened, right? They were operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. So why would they need Chris and Katie's cell phone? I'm just saying, So we know that Kit Kat is in communications technology by trade and training by the military. And then again, Seth says that 2 weeks later, Chris alleges that his electronics or one of them has been hacked and that someone has been purchasing games on it, games that Sebastian enjoyed playing. But he never obviously states to Seth who hacked this or who he thinks, right? Because it's probably a lie. And if it isn't a lie, then you're probably thinking, who hacked my account? And you're trying to get to the bottom of it. I know that when my account was hacked, I got to the bottom of who did it, right away. I wasn't trying to mess around or figure anything else out. I wanted to know who hacked my account and how I could make it so that they were not in there anymore. So again, I think it's just BS. It just really is. Nah, I agree. Sasha says what's really blowing the Stink's mind is that we are 2 shakes of a tail feather away. I mean, I think we're getting extremely close, Sasha. I really do. I love the way you put that. That's so funny. It's true, though. Rogue says, Vanna, I could not believe it until the video with the SUV in the snow. No justice for John Reed either. Shaking my head. Aw. Yeah, I mean, my heart goes out, to John's family. Absolutely. The watch has been seen in June of 2024. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, hindsight. So when Katie was pictured out at the Mexican restaurant with Faith, she was sporting the Apple Watch. Or a Apple Watch. I think it was the same one. I think it was. So I wonder if she hid that from law enforcement and didn't turn it in, allegedly. She, maybe. Rogue says every single tip should hindsight, but what if they are false tips? Besides that tips are getting ignored by Sumner County's finest, there is no way of knowing if it is false unless they check it out. Yeah, I agree. And it does waste time. Yeah. Truth is mixed in with lies, and Katie wears a tight mask, in my opinion. She does. She's very careful with what she says, and I think it's because, she's put her foot in her mouth so many times that she's almost probably afraid to say too much. Yes, and hindsight says exactly, Rogue, and that is what others are trying to do. Yes. Yeah, and I mean, and I think really that's all we can do at this point. And what about the maybes pad and stuff? Whatever happened to that stuff? Oh, the mattress pad. Well, to my knowledge, it was turned in to law enforcement. But I don't know, because again, the source is not credible in my opinion. Rob Beanie says, but Worsham should have known too, because people were reporting seeing CB there. So why didn't they just turn it in without having to be asked by LE or letting it be deleted? I agree, Robini. And, you know, again, that's kind of like the good old boys system, right? I mean, it's looking more and more like that. Oh yeah, we have camera footage, you know, because, you know, Stephen Crabtree alleges that he went into Worsham's, you know, and he's hard to follow because he doesn't tell a story straightforward, right? He adds little things in, and so it's kind of like he's adding twists and turns and really muddying the waters. And I don't know that he's doing that on purpose. I don't know if that's just his personality, what that is, but you know, he goes, he comes in and he says that there was two ladies at the register. He said one lady was behind and she's the one that makes all the food, right? And he says that, you know, growing up, if you want to get a biscuit, you go to Worsham's. They got the best biscuits, right? But who gives a fuck about the biscuits, right? I don't care about the biscuits. And that's what I'm talking about. You know, I mean, if he was telling a straightforward story, then tell it. Don't tell me about how damn good the biscuits are, because I don't care. I don't care. Neither does anybody else. That's not going to find Sebastian telling us where the best spot to get biscuits in town is. I mean, come on. Either way, he tells us this. And he asks the lady, the biscuit lady, he says, you know, did you guys give the footage from Worsham's and around Worsham's to law enforcement? And she goes, hold on, let me go get the owner for you because he's here. So the owner comes out and he explains to Mr. Crabtree that 2 weeks after Sebastian went missing, two detectives came into Worsham's and asked for footage, and then Crabtree again starts backtracking and muddying the waters, and you know, says things like, oh, I got it all jumbled up. And this is where, you know, again, you can't tell whether he's telling the truth or whether he's lying, or whether his accounts of what happened that day are accurate, any of that. But the owner does go on, according to Stephen Crabtree, to explain that the footage was, you know, that there was cameras everywhere and that they could have obtained footage from everywhere. And that's including the Ring cameras that people are signed up to share their outdoor footage with others in case there is a crime that occurs in the neighborhood, and then they could look back on that easily. So again, you know, just not a straight answer. Not a straight answer. The money that is being paid to others, if true, could you imagine? I mean, I know, Rogue. It's absolutely crazy. I will never forget that picture of the mattress pad. It was stained and just thrown aside, but would they, something frivolous and dumb like that, it was not hid that well, yet they were around there. Yeah, I mean, the mattress pad was weird, and a lot of the things that were found in this case were really weird, especially like in the woods and things like that. It's so hard because I know that there's a lot of homeless, and I'm not saying in that area particularly. I think, well, let me just say this: there's homeless everywhere. You know, that it doesn't matter what area you live in. You know, there's homeless everywhere, and of course, there are some ways that you can kind of detour people from coming around and things like that. But yeah, that mattress pad was absolutely creepy and off-putting. I agree, Rogue. I heard it was they tried to give it to LE and they wouldn't take it, and then I heard it was given to searchers, and then heard someone has it in their storage unit. Oh God. I do remember that vaguely too, about the storage unit. And then I do remember hearing different stories about whether LE would take it or not. And then I heard some stories about how they did. I know that is again another, and you know, it's about getting a straight answer out of the local people, really. I mean, you know, and I don't want to blame it all on the local people because it's not their fault. I mean, most of them, I hope didn't do anything to Sebastian. But in the same way, if you don't have anything to hide and you don't have any skin in the game, then why would you lie? Just for clout, just for clicks and views? What's your reasoning, you know? Oh, that's a good point. Robini says Sebastian could have the Apple Watch if he's out there, and that's how they're keeping in contact, allegedly. You know, Robini, that's a good point. I really didn't even think about that. So yeah, I mean, that is something. I would just think that they wouldn't want to leave any digital evidence behind. Then again, if law enforcement isn't looking into anything, then they're, you know, free to do whatever. And I think that's one of the big problems here. Hindsight says, in my opinion, there was never a deep investigation done during the early days of this case, as it should have been, because until they saw that video of the car at 3 a.m., he was believed to be a runaway. Yeah, that's a great point, Hindsight. I agree. And, you know, they definitely dropped the ball at the beginning, and they weren't looking at everything, you know, every single angle that they could. And that's like the total wrong approach. And I would think that would be like, you know, detective school 101. I mean, you know, I don't know, like that's some first day stuff, you know. By then things are conveniently changed to fit the narrative, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. They have enough time to like clean everything up, right? Because law enforcement's not looking at them. And I mean, you know, we know that Chris went out and got his camper. Did they follow him? Did they have a tracker on his phone, or excuse me, a tracker on his truck or anything like that? You know, those are all, that's so valid. I mean, yeah, Carla, exactly. As soon as Ellie saw the flashlight video, they knew he didn't run away. Yeah, and that's where I'm hung up too, is that somebody went back to the house. You know, somebody went back to that house. And, you know, and we're going to get into that too with Chris and showing kind of like where everything was situated in terms of the cameras and in the neighborhood. Linda Hall, good to see you. I have to agree with both of these accounts, in my opinion, Hindsight. Thanks for being here, Linda Hall. Rogue. I would like about a dozen biscuits, ma'am. Shaking my head. It's like, who cares about the biscuits? Like, you know, can we just get like a story, you know, like that all the way through? Like, I went in there, you know, because really biscuits are irrelevant. Sammy G says I'm back. Oh, unless they're rolls at the Texas Roadhouse, and then we know that, you know, those were being restricted. Was hacked Minecraft? Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, he says that someone was downloading games, and that makes me think that he was trying to make Seth think that Sebastian was downloading games and that Sebastian was the one that hacked the account. That's what I would think. Or that's what where my brain would go first, would be like, well, are you telling me that you think that, you know, our you know, whatever. I can't even say that our son, because he doesn't treat, you know, Chris has never treated Sebastian like a son, in my opinion. Only when he was probably trying to get in good with Katie. But either way, you know, are you trying to say that my son did this to your account, Chris? Because that's what you're trying to make it sound like. Those are all games that he enjoys playing. Robini says, and Worshams also knew there was a use. Yes, that there was abuse because they reported the incident about Sebastian hiding from CP being behind the register before, allegedly. Oh my goodness. I don't even know that I heard that, Robini. Oh, poor Sebastian, my lord. Hey, Vicky, nice to see you. Vicky says, in my opinion, it's a gut feeling. I have a feeling CPKP are just going to happen to dig him up and blame Seth for it, and then they need locking up. Yeah, I mean, you know, Vicky, I have to agree that there's been several instances where I think they've tried to point the finger right at Seth, right? Absolutely. But Seth can show Sebastian's bedroom left exactly the way Sebastian left it, but Chris and Katie cannot, you know? Thank you for your comment, Vicky. I appreciate you. And you know, my gut tells me the same thing. Uh-oh. I think Meg's wheels are turning over there. I saw someone say Katie messes up every time, and it's true. It's so bizarre. I mean, you know, it's almost like you feel sorry for her in a way, because it's like, oh God, Katie, you can't even get it right, girlfriend. Maybe don't talk. You know? I never heard about that either, Meg. I mean, it is sick. It is sick. Absolutely. Well, and they blame anybody they could, you know. They throw anybody under the bus as long as nobody's looking at them. And as far as the mattress pad with knife and such, I can't believe that anymore. I remember it being found, but I can't say I believe the finder anymore. That's my problem, Meg, you know? And it's like, that, yeah. Because it seems like other things may have been planted as well, you know, and without knowing, I can't believe it either, you know? Thank you, Social Butterfly. Okay, now that you put it that way, I think I remember who allegedly found it. Yeah. Yeah. It was in the trunk. Carla. It was in the trunk, apparently. I think that there was also a mattress found, you know, and because I know I remember I was like, don't touch the mattress. There could be like scabies on it and stuff. And then the person that found it was like, what's a scabie? And I'm like, Google it, y'all. Sammy G says the original story that I heard was that a car like Kathy is believed to be Kathy's was parked down the street from Worsham's. Yes. Like on the highway or a busy road, and they were going to see if people had trail cams. And then the story became that she was in the parking lot with a bag for Worsham's, but it had eggs that are not sold at Worsham's, and people saw her there, and now Mr. Worsham has passed. Yeah, that is really close to what I heard too, Sammy. Basically that, and that's what makes me believe that like the trail cams and then some of maybe even the ring cams could have picked up this car that, you know, allegedly belongs to Kathy Bowersox. You know, and then I go back to Melissa Proudfoot's statement, and she said that they were searching since 6:30 in the morning, when in reality the dispatch wasn't even notified until 6:33. So someone notified them prior to them notifying the police. So Katie and Chris were absolutely notifying other people before they notified law enforcement. And one of those people, who is the most important person, in my opinion, is Seth. And he needed to know that, but they didn't let him know that yet. You know, and again, they can say, well, he was at work and whatnot. But no, I don't think so. Oh, that's fantastic, Social Butterfly. Thank you guys for hitting the like. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, so, I mean, it's all a big mess. Megan says yes, and it was a trail cam that picked up her car. Okay, thank you, Meg. That's what I was thinking. 5:30 a.m. sitting outside of Worsham's, and the car guy was the one who called it into T-Rev 757 Hot Dog Boy. No, I'm just kidding. Channel. Yes, that's right. And I love Car Guy. Car Guy is, shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Car Guy too. I mean, I love those guys. Those guys are awesome. You're right, Meg. Thank you. What if Sebastian is in Clarksville, Tennessee? So if someone ever found him, they would try and pin it on poor Seth. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking that whenever the FBI said that he had ties to Clarksville, I was kind of thinking, is that the direction that they're kind of pointing? Did somebody say that? You know, make sure you say, but then again, he does have ties to Clarksville because his dad lives there, and he was about to move there, you know, and start school. And that's right. That's right, Meg. And that's what keeps me going too, is the fact that he was at work on camera, so nothing can be pinned on him. You know, that is Thank God for that. Thank God it wasn't his night off. And I think that's one of the missteps that they made. You know, if we're looking at it as a whole, I think that was one misstep that they made, is that they picked a night when Seth was at work and on camera the whole time. No, he never. Hindsight, I agree. Seth would never be involved with, in my opinion, other than being an amazing father searching for his son. That's right. Yeah, and he's really shown up to do all of that, you know. He really has. And his hands are tied on some of this stuff, unfortunately. You know, but he doesn't let that stop him. He's not like, well, my hands are tied and I can't do anything, and I'll, you know, and boo-hoo me. No, he doesn't do that. That's not part of, you know, what he's about. It's like, well, if my hands are tied here, guess what? I'm going to try this. And if you know, I get a roadblock that comes up here, I'm going to do this, you know, and he just keeps on going, you know. Yeah, Seth's alibi is never going to allow that to happen. Thank God for that, Carla. I agree. All the love to Seth. I feel sorry for him, Vicky. Yeah, thank you, Vicky, for that. You know, I agree. Amen, says Hindsight. Sammy says with their behavior during that interview, when they were talking about if Sebastian knew how to get to Seth Rogers, I think maybe he was dropped off somewhere on the way to Seth's house to make it look like he tried to walk. Oh, you know, that's an interesting theory too, Sammy. You know, because I did think that maybe he did try to go to his dad's, you know. I was like, well, maybe he did, because sometimes kids, you know, we don't, especially when they're getting older and things like that, maybe. But, you know, I really think that he would have had shoes, you know. And so I wonder if that was another mistake, that they could have done that, and then they didn't consider, you know, he wouldn't have made it that far without shoes. You know, a coat, you can make it a far way without, you know, but shoes, that's really tough. Even if you're walking in socks, you know. Rob Beanie says there's supposed to be a video of Sebastian running from CP at Warsham's too, but no one's ever shown it. So either sometimes saved it for some reason, or they're living, or they're lying about it getting deleted from the time frame. You know, it's really unfortunate, but there's been so much of that crap going on in this case. I wonder. It really makes me wonder. Oh, not the good car guy. The double R. Okay, I got you, Meg. Okay, thank you. I was like, I love that guy. I didn't know that was the other guy. Oh, wow. Okay. There's also allegedly a video of CP's sister being nasty to Sebastian at the store. Really? I believe it. Look at the birthday party. I'll never believe they were nice to him after the birthday party. That was the sickest shit I've ever seen, honestly. I mean, ugh. And then his mother being right there. Sammy says, so I'm not positive, but I think it looked like they were putting a tracker on some kind of the bottom of the car at 3 a.m. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Robini says, I thought that too. Sammy G. Meg says, it pisses me off hearing about Sebastian running from CP, even if it's alleged. The thought pisses me off after hearing CP speak of him. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Well, because he was probably scared, you know. I mean, if I was Sebastian, I'd be worried about that guy too. He's crazy as shit. You know, he's like a lunatic. I mean, did you guys hear him when he went off on Cluminati's the last time? I played the first part, and then I played Seth, and I kind of like integrated it, you know, so it kind of made sense as to why Seth was so upset with what Chris was saying. He literally, at one point, it sounded like he was talking in tongues, and he went like full on mental. And I'm like, is this really happening? You know, and I went back and listened again, and I'm like, oh yeah. And he's like, like doing this thing. I can't even recreate it or imitate it. It's like absolutely bat poop crazy. Sammy says, Rob Beanie, imitate me when Mop says, nope, you cannot see anything with those lights. People are trolling me by sending me pictures, but you absolutely can. He's totally sleeping on it. Uh-oh, your phone unalived itself there, Sasha. Screaming for justice. I will never believe his mother was nice to him. Ask for a free roll. Not nice. Yeah, downright ruthless. No kidding. A complimentary roll. Like, why say no to him? You're out to eat. Let him have it. He's a boy. Hey, coffee criming cats. Good to see you. Like a feral dog. Yeah. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I couldn't even believe what I was hearing. I'm like, he's losing it, like literally losing it, you know. But and then he goes on then next thing you know, he's on America's Most Wanted, Mr. Chris, Mr. Navyman, Mr. God only knows what he told the people over there. But all right, guys, let's watch this next clip.
But that's only if the residents agree to sign up for it, right?
Yep. And I would urge anybody. I know there's probably questions about it. I think it's a really great thing, to be honest. But only so many at that time, Mrs. Smith. There wasn't many at all that had done it. He said there was a handful that had done it, and they were able to pull that footage. And he said we had gotten footage from the surrounding area. His exact words were, "So if he is on camera, we will have that footage," and that is where it all went wrong. And then so at the end of the day, I was on a phone call. The phone call went, so it's safe to assume that they have footage of Sebastian. I'm like, I don't know about all that. I mean, if he's seen after the day he went missing, then yes, they have that footage. That's the way I took it. They have him on footage the day after he went missing if they got it, and that is where it all just spiraled. And then next thing you know, it's already out there. I come on the live. Hey, the cat's out of the fucking bag. I'm like, if you look at my reaction in that live, you see my face kind of turn sideways and like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then it was, well, you told on yourself there. You posted a video, but I never posted that video. I never mentioned the fucking footage. I never was going to.
So let's start out. Now, again, I'm still working on this. I'm going to have another video. Maybe I'll do a short video once I get everything that I know for a fact, and then the ones that I'm not sure, I'll highlight. So obviously what you're seeing, this is Sebastian Rogers' home, right? Now, in the backyard, remember, this is the Henderson PD guy that allegedly rumored to maybe had or may not had a stint with Katie while, Crispy was away. Again, that's all just speculation. But the main thing is they got a camera that's literally facing their backyard. And then on top of that, we've got a camera facing their front yard, right? So right out the gate, we've got two cameras during a nighttime where we have a waxing moon, right? Waxing crescent moon, which is basically more or less a full moon out. Even though they don't have street lights, there's still lights on the home. And we'll talk about this, but let's theorize that he tried to go up north, right? Let's see how many cameras he's got to get through, right? And I'm going to show you the ones that I know of, and I'll show you the ones that I not as sure, but I know that they have them, just not sure exactly where they're positioned. So let's look at this, right? Because we're going to get to the construction site, see how ridiculous this is, right? So obviously the only thing what I would give to have this footage, right? Because this is the footage facing his front door, and this is literally covering. So remember, as far as we know, unless that little crawl space is a fourth exit, that there's like a trap door from the house. From what I understand, there's when it was built there wasn't, but who knows? With these people. So you literally have the front door exit. Fortunately, this stupid garbage truck that Fisher loves to just throw in with us is blocking out. But the front door's here. We have the garage lights. We have obviously the garage doors. Obviously, him opening that would be silly. And then we have a side door. But we shut that down. There's no way he's coming out the side door. He would disturb the lights, not only from this side of the camera, but on the other side of the camera. So there's no way he's coming out the side door, right? So here's a look. Now, why I say there's no way, because if we zoom in, I don't know if this one I have zoomed in. I zoom one in later. This is not the home. This is the home across the street. So if he comes out, we would see a shadow. It might be brief, unless he's like crawling on the ground. He is going to disturb the light, right? This little stick right here, and I know you're probably on your cell phone. You're like, oh my God, I can't see anything. I'll zoom in later. He would disturb the light, in my opinion. But anyway, let's just say somehow he gets out the front door or back door, climbs the fence. One way or another, he's trying to get up Killen or Stafford, right? Oh, but by the way, Mr. Henderson PD officer has multiple cameras. he has camera facing the back, and he also has one somewhere facing the front, the door. And he may have more. So just keep that in mind. Now, let's just say he did. The only way I think he could at least get past a few of these is to run up the middle, which you can. We know that there's, for a bit, you can actually go through between these yards. They're kind of, because there's this ditch, because it's kind of built on a rolling hill, you know, and so with the rain, they don't want it pulling up and somewhere. So they have a storm, it's basically a ditch, and that allows the water to run south, and then it comes around and goes into a storm drain. So kind of down here in the middle, they have this like storm drain. So if there's anywhere that he could go, that would probably be right up between them, right? But again, this home here, looking at my notes, 1016, that's 1016, right? Yep. 1016 has multiple cameras. Now, I don't know exactly where they're placed, but I know he has multiple cameras. And then 1018, again, has, I want to say a Ring camera. I got to come back on that one. This one, I'm a little not 100% on exactly what he has. And then, of course, 1023 on Kellen. They mentioned cams, so plural. And then we get into 1028, right? That's 1028. So again, now here's the issue with this one. So let's say he's going to try to run up the middle, right? To try to, again, I don't know how he would know where all these cameras were because, again, this would be on a whim.
Okay, guys, so we're just going to go over that in the next clip. But, you know, I really don't think that Sebastian could have run up the middle. I don't think so. I mean, that would be a likely spot for him to get maybe away from some of the camera views, right? If he ran up the middle of the ditch, but without any shoes on, it's not likely. And if Sebastian was going to be army crawling through anything, I think he would have prepared himself, right? Sebastian is someone who enjoys games of strategy. And so I do believe that he would have had the wherewithal to at least plan this trip if he had taken it himself. Now, going back to Worshams and the cameras, only the residents can choose whether they are going to participate in this camera system where they can, you know, feed into their Ring cameras from outdoors. And according to Stephen, the owner of Worsham said that only a handful of people were participating, but all of that footage was pulled. And so they did get all of the footage from the surrounding areas, but it turns out that they didn't have Sebastian on the footage. And Stephen Crabtree just apparently assumed that if Sebastian was out, then he would have been caught on the camera footage, according to what he was told. But he said he never posted the footage, and then he blames everyone else for his mistake. Again, I don't know how credible it is, but there could be some half-truths in that, you know. So while Crispy was away, it's alleged that Kit Kat was playing with CC, right? The part-time Hendersonville police officer that lives behind Chris and Katie, who has 2 cameras, to our knowledge at least, that are facing the backyard. Also, something to keep in mind that night there was a full moon, and so even though there wasn't lights on the houses, there was still the full moon, which would have given more visibility. Also, the motion sensor lights, etc., are around the homes. You have the garage lights, all of that, right? So then we see the view from the front door camera, right? The garage lights were illuminated. The only way that you can really get out of that neighborhood is by going down Stafford out Kellen, right? I mean, unless you're cutting through people's yards and things like that, which again, Sebastian has grass allergies. Sebastian wasn't wearing anything protecting himself, according to Chris and Katie. And it's alleged that Chris Carr has multiple cameras, and I heard that they're very good quality cameras as well. So, I mean, a lot of things to consider in this case when it comes to whether Sebastian could have left the neighborhood undetected. I don't think so, especially not without any shoes or protective gear, you know, and that sort of thing. Hey, Seclusion Works, good to see you. You know, and I would even go as far as to think that Sebastian would have been, you know, trying to gather up resources like food to take with him, water, and that sort of thing, so that, you know, no one would know that he left. Feral dog Spike. One bit me tonight. That's why I was late. Oh no. Oh no, Meg, did you rescue another one? CP is losing it because of guilt eating away at him. Absolutely, Vicky. I agree. It's a huge burden. It is a huge burden. And he knows he's lied. He knows people have caught him in lies. He knows people don't find him to be credible. It's a lot of pressure, you know? Thanks, Meg. It is a lot of pressure. So what's the perimeter here? Does it encompass the neighbor's shed? I mean, it appears that way. It appears that there's a lot of cameras in the area that would pick up any activity that's going. And we're going to show, I'm going to show a little bit more too, Sasha, that Mob kind of explains to us and where the cameras are situated from his notes and things like that. Or the sewer in the culverts leads into the neighbor's crawl space. Well, they said that it leads to the drainage ditch. And I know that they stuck cameras down in the drainage ditches. I don't know how thorough they are. Car guy, and he puts his home for sale 3 days after Sebastian went missing. That is so odd. And then, okay, so Meg, then he takes it off of the market and then he puts it back on. Is that right? Did I get that right? Reserved PD. Thank you, hindsight. Yes. Sammy G says, yeah, he was seen on video after he went missing, and I believe that's why they had the dates messed up, and said they last seen in the area of Stafford Court because he was seen being carried to the car, in my opinion, allegedly. You know, I wonder about that too. If that was just kind of like a mistake and then people caught it and about 20 something days later took it down. 20 something days later. So, wow. And who would want to move to the neighborhood when they don't know what happened to a young man? You know, he just vanished. I wouldn't want to be living in no, you know, dairy. It's stealing children. My God. Sasha Johnson says, okay, is that the shed because maybe one of the cameras had infrared already? Oh, well, that's a good point. And like I said, I heard that Chris Carr had a, you know, pretty stellar camera system, in my opinion. I don't care, or sorry, Sammy says, I don't know if night view is the same as infrared, but the police officer made mobs saying it. I'm behind. Well, I think that some of the cameras have the option for infrared, like a night vision type of, I mean, it just depends. Some of the newer cameras, when I did the research on cameras, I should say almost all of the surveillance cameras turn to grayscale when they're recording at night. That's all you're going to see is kind of the black and white imagery. Yes, and it ultimately ends in the retention pond, and the dog jumped in, and Sebastian's scent was in it. Okay, why did Sumner drain it? Because of the other searchers, probably my opinion, why that it was. Yeah, something's off there too. I agree, Sasha. 2 feet deep. Yeah, because that's what CP said, right? It was only knee deep to him, you know, and he's, you know, whatever. I think he's like, what, 5'9"? Okay, so hindsight says allegedly the pond was drained and there was no scent of Sebastian found. Yeah, and see, that is why it's so confusing. Oh my goodness. It's just like, can we get a straight answer, you know? Thank you for being here, Human Beings Have Rights. CP and KP know exactly what happened to Sebastian. I agree. They would have more urgency if they really didn't know they would have more urgency and they would be seeking out answers. But since they're not, it just shows that they know. In my opinion, that's kind of the conclusion that we're led to. And Rogue says, Chris loves to monitor people. What makes you think that he hasn't been monitoring Seth or have someone reporting everything that Seth is doing, where he's searching and he likes to control people? That is really true, Rogue, and I can see him trying to keep tabs on. Yeah, I could definitely see him trying to keep tabs on Sebastian, or excuse me, on Seth. Sebastian. I think he did keep tabs on Sebastian, though. I mean, I guess that's sort of right, but. Aw, thank you, Seclusion Works. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Sammy says, yeah, Seth better make sure there's not a tracker on his car. Yeah, and I mean, I've heard of other people having trackers placed on their cars too in this case, and I don't want to say exactly who, but well, they need to do forensics everywhere, and I feel like they just they haven't, done a very good job. Seclusion Works, that's a good point. In my opinion, they ignored the real treasure trove in the house. Yeah, it seems that way, right? Because, Seth, here I go again, mixing names up. CP didn't want anybody in the house, right? And they were even alleging that people were, they were afraid someone was going to go in their medicine cabinet. Who cares, I mean, it's just like, what the heck? Rogue says Seth should Sammy G also, maybe someone close to him. You never know. Yeah, I mean, I would be looking over my shoulder with them just because you just don't know what they're doing, C. Taylor, good to see you. C. Taylor says, oh, CP is watching, in my opinion, seems like his favorite pastime. Yeah, I mean, he loves trolling the internet. He loves, following whatever. I mean, I don't even put as many hashtags as I should in the description and things like that. It would probably help, my videos and stuff. But, even so, I'm sure he just goes and sees anything, searches Sebastian out and he can find anything people are talking about the case. And I think he does do that. I really do. I really do. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and show this next clip here because we actually have a couple more to get to. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I had a lot today.
So this is the camera on 10:30, I believe. So this is where I get really, really frustrated. So do you remember on the anniversary, we heard that they might have had some footage of Sebastian Rogers. Remember, they waited. And then what was messed up is that months prior, Fish Sticks, the wannabe PI, that sold his soul to the devil, said, oh yeah, we've got this footage where, one of the neighbors' children might have been out there and Sebastian's hiding behind a car and, he's got some explaining to do. Remember, this is this video. And the fact that he was, we've gone over this, it makes me so upset that he would put a mother's child's life in danger like that because this case, it's so heavily followed. It's got 2 camps and we know that there's weirdos out there that may think, oh God, this is the guy that, her son was behind it and may take the, stuff into their own hands. And all because Fisher is trying to push out a narrative. Shame on you. You're a clown. What it was, and before this footage was released on the anniversary, so they had this for months. They knew this footage. And I'm going to show you something that's even more ridiculous that I haven't showed you before. It is so upsetting. And we'll get to the construction site. Hang in there with me, Carolyn. But first, what we see is a guy coming out of his house on Devon, right? So we have Kellen Ave right here, but this is Devon. What we're looking at this camera, it is heavily zoomed in. This camera has got a huge, like at least 80 POV, probably even up to 90. 80 to 90 POV. Somewhere in there. I'd say maybe 80 just to be safe. But we are heavily zoomed in right now. We can say the guy coming out. Now what this guy did, just before this got all released, but let's remember, because I had my connections, I was able to get the full video of what was going on, and it was clear as day, because that shot that I showed you guys came from me. And that is the guy coming out of his home. And he's walking his dog. And what he does is he goes down Devon Court, he circles the cove, and then he comes down killing, and he comes up to about this home here, and he turns around, right? So here's that same shot at the same time, right? Now look at all these lights in the background, right? So again, they don't have street lights, but look at all these homes that are lit up. And I'll explain something why this is very important, because obviously if he's walking any of these yards, he is going to either trigger this camera for sure, because look what triggered the camera. It was a guy, I'd have to calculate the distance. It's a guy coming out of his home on the other street, and the motion activated caught that. Just think about that for a second, right? This is why it makes me so upset. So what happens? So again, if he goes up the middle, we reach a point where there's a fork in the road. Because as you can see here, we've got two pools, right? And of course, so they've got this fencing. Now we still have that ditch that runs through, but they've got this fenced off. So now now of course, anyone could climb a fence, but remember, he doesn't have his shoes. So now he's forced one or two ways. Either he's going to come out killing and go up, and he is now going to cross in front one of multiple cameras that are very good, which we'll look at. We've seen them before. There's just no way he goes up killing without being caught on camera. Now, he could go the other way, but then we have on this street, Stafford, which is 1018. Okay, 1018 is the one I still need to figure out exactly what they have. I don't know if it's ring or security or both, or they do have surveillance. So again, if he goes left, and again, so here I zoom in, again, he's got a fork in the road. He could have gone up between those yards for a bit and avoided probably a lot of cameras. But again, I don't know all the cameras. I'm still working on this. I still don't know all the cameras, but this is just trying to give you an idea of how crazy and how I know Fish Sticks, the seasoned Fish Stick, would have known all these cameras and probably got a lot of this footage. If he goes up the end of Stafford, 1023, 1024, both have surveillance footages. Now, I'll be honest, I don't exactly know where they're pointed, but they have cameras. You can hear it on the dispatch audio. But once again, and they may have multiple cameras. A lot of these homes not just have one camera, they have multiple cameras. And we'll get into that when we go south. But once again, if he's forced up and he's going to eventually go over to this construction site, again, he's going to be either forced down Devin or Kellen. And we know, even though I've kind of messed up on this, I'd have to make this big red mark. Remember, this one camera, literally, that's the house, the guy with the dog, that's his house right here. He comes out, he walks his dog, goes around here, then comes down Kellen, and then stops about here, and then goes back, right? And I knew that before they released the whole video and all of this stuff on the anniversary. And of course, my sources told me, yeah, I guarantee you, this is probably the guy walking his dog. And of course, when we looked at the footage, it's like, holy cow. In my opinion, there's just no way this kid is getting past Devin and Kellen going into the construction zone.
Okay, guys, so kind of debunking the construction zone theory that Fish Sticks put out there. So, we all know about the bogus footage that he tried to pass off, and he tried to say that it was new footage. He absolutely put Bobby, the neighbor's son, in jeopardy, alleging that he was the one hiding behind a car when it was really a person who was walking their dog. Just absolutely crazy. But I thought it was really interesting that even though Chris is 100% on where the camera placement would be, like on angles and everything, it still really shows that there's pools, there's fencing around the pools so no one can get in. Obviously, city ordinances, if you have a pool in your backyard, especially like an underground pool, you have to have a fence around it. Many places require that. So I'm just guessing that that's how it is there too. But Sebastian wasn't going to be, scaling fences without shoes on. Again, it just doesn't make any sense. Then Mob points out that he knows about where these cameras are because of the dispatch audio. We all heard that. But there's also a fork in the road if Sebastian was to go left. And he would be caught on camera. It's not plausible that he wouldn't be caught on camera, just based on all of these cameras that that we're seeing. Thank you, Meg. Thank you for hitting and thank you guys for hitting that like button. His nicknames are the best, aren't they, Meg? Fish Sticks is perfect, and he's a seasoned fish stick because he is, He is a seasoned fish stick. He's not green, you know. He's not a green fish stick. He's the seasoned one, but yet he's still, you know, he has skin in the game, right? Somebody gave him $15,000, and that's enough skin in the game, you know, if you're being paid. And a pack of cough drops. What is this? Orange flavored arrestor. Seclusion works. Why are these people that they didn't really know the Snakefoot so loyal? I don't understand that either. I don't know, Sasha. I wish I could understand that more. I'm trying to do more and more research into that and figure out what is going on here. And again, you know, why? You know, what's the dog in the fight that they have? What's the skin in the game, you know? Sammy G says, after I gave birth, I didn't care who saw what my medicines, my rolls, my hair, not done. It's just not that important. Who cares if your meds are seen, your kids are missing? Yeah, exactly. You know, nothing matters at that point, I would think, you know, and there's no, you know, there would be nothing stopping me from really diving in and figuring out what the heck happened. Seclusion Work says, you know, I had fish stickies for dinner and thought of fish sticks here. That's funny. Seclusion Works. Well, orange flavored and cover. Oh gosh. Hindsight agrees. Completely ridiculous that they bypass all of the, that he could have bypassed all of the cameras. I know. I think so too. You know, and even Crispy said that too, right? He was like, you know, if he would have went out the front door, he would have been caught on the Ring camera from across the street, right? And the side door, I mean, that whole area was illuminated because of the lights from the other houses. And I think it's really important to remember about the full moon, because that does really give a lot more visibility, you know, on nights where it might be like a little, you know, like, I don't know all the moon names, but, you know, like a crescent moon or something, you know, there's not going to be as much light. But when that moon is full, you're going to get a lot more light. Unless the lad had figured out how to turn invisible, right? Well, that's what they want us to believe, Seclusion, you know, that he just poof, you know, he's like a ninja, all of that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know Sebastian's very talented, but I don't think that that's one of his, that's not part of his repertoire, right? I find it implausible that he left on his own. Yeah. Yeah, on his own 2 feet. Yeah, I don't think so either. Just based on the lights video, I can't believe that. I just really can't. Okay, guys, I'm going to play this next clip again. I didn't realize how many I had in here, but then I was like, I can't fit any more. But we still have, we have like 5 right now with this next one we'll play.
So I want to show you something absolutely ridiculous that just really ticks me off. This is what upsets me. So again, here's that clip, remember, on the anniversary. Now, you know, you can't really see much. I apologize. I know if you're on your cell phone, you probably can't see it, but we see a figure. Now, I know this looks like daytime. They just obviously added filters. This is taken around just after midnight, right? And now, again, it's really hard because, again, remember, this camera is super zoomed in right now. But you do, when I broke this down a long time ago, you can see something dart off. It's very grainy, which is likely his dog because he has a small dog. And then you kind of see his shadow, and he's just walking back. And literally, months prior to this release, Fish Sticks, the wannabe PI, said, yes, we have something, we have footage. And they sat on it, and then on the anniversary tried to claim that this was Sebastian. And then remember, they never turned it over to law enforcement. And then literally they got pooped on the second they released this, with law enforcement saying, no, this is not Sebastian Rogers. Shame on you. Why were they trying to do that? Well, let's get into that. Oh, one more thing, though. Something new. So, again, clowns. 2 clowns. They forgot to wear their makeup, but clowns. Oh, look at this footage. All right, unseen footage for you guys. Exclusive here. This is the morning at, again, 6:20 a.m. This is from the same camera, right? That's that guy's home. Let's see what's going on. And then I apologize if you're on a smart device. This is a dog. This is a guy with one of those extended leashes. Look what he's doing. He's doing the same exact routine that my sources told me that he does. And here he is in the morning doing the same thing with his dog, walking around Devon Court, coming about halfway, not even halfway down Killen, but it's somewhere around in here. And then, it's because it's just a routine that he has with his dog. And here it is. Here he is during the daytime. I could probably overlay the nighttime and daytime, and you'll see that they make the same path. It's ridiculous. Now, why I'm so pissed off is because Fisher had this footage. He knew about this. He knew about this. So this guy with this footage here, who Fish Sticks betrayed because he, the guy didn't really want to know, people knowing his house, even though I think it's kind of, unfortunately, once we heard addresses of the footage, it was, wasn't hard, especially obviously Fish Sticks was the one that, kind of showed the full view of the camera. When I got it from my source, I was respectful to zooming in to kind of, at least be respectful to the person that, provided it, which, was an honor and a privilege. What I was going to try to say is, so it was in a Dropbox, right? And you got all these folders, right? They're all motion censored timestamps, right? Of all the events that are going on for however long he had been recording. I know I've got 3 days. I don't have all the footage. I just have certain stuff. And obviously there's all these little events going on all night. Sometimes it's a cat running by. But again, it made it easy because all you had to do is just click, open a folder. Look, there's this clip here. And you just move on. He had this. He didn't have to scan through the whole footage. It was all cut up right for him to see. He knew this. He knew this for months. And then here we're going to get to the GPR and the thing that they were trying to do at the end before Fisher either got fired or quit, whatever. So if you guys remember, and then we're going to go south after this. But remember, then he tried to get him over to the construction site. At the end, they're trying to say he got buried under, the construction that's going on, right? Here's the ridiculous thing. After what I just showed you guys, right? Knowing that he had seen this, he clearly had seen it. He talked about it months ago on Aiden's show, that both Fish Sticks and Seth went on. But anyway, it was clear he knew about the footage. He knows this. And then before, he got fired, quit, whatever, he made that whole thing about, look, we're going to try to crowdfund to get the GPR out there. When we worked on a case in Texas, it costs a lot of money. And the fact that they were trying to do this when they had the knowledge that it's, in my opinion, impossible. There's just no way Sebastian got past Killen Ave or Devon Court without being seen on multiple cameras. In my opinion, it's just nearly, I always leave a 1% because you never know, God forbid, but just no way. But then you were to try to ask people for money. It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting to do that. I don't know how big this is, but clearly, depending on the size of what they're going to do, obviously the bigger, the more it's going to cost, to bring the equipment in, the time it's going to take. We did a little, it didn't, when we did the stuff in Texas, to me, it didn't feel that big, but it took a lot of work to do. And of course we had to run multiple tests. And again, obviously she would explain it so much better. Someone who's unfamiliar with the equipment or interpretation would also have to pay for someone to do the survey. Oh, right. So many different facets that I wouldn't even be able to think of because it's just not my area of expertise, but.
Okay, guys, so, you would have to pay somebody to do the survey, right? And then there would be tests that would be run because it's basically looking for voids in the earth and things like that. And I'm not even going to try to explain it because I also am not an expert on that. But, they're apparently we're trying to crowdfund for this ground penetrating radar. I'm so glad that nobody gave those fools money because they would have been out any kind of money. And, again, whatever happened between Crispy and Fish Sticks, they would have basically been out that money, and he would have backed into the bushes and lived to harass another day, and all the while thinking that whoever gave was dumb, because whoever believes them, I'm sorry, but, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. But anyway, again, after midnight, the guy is walking his dog, and I'm so grateful for Chris for showing this because he did this comparison You know, with the daytime, and about 6:20 a.m. the same guy is out there walking his dog again, right? So shame on Fish Sticks, the clown. Shame on you, Fish Sticks, the clown. You should be, you know, absolutely ashamed of yourself. Why you would pass this shit off is beyond me. Fisher knew it was bogus, right? You knew it was bogus, but you still turned it in as something, you know, oh, it might be Sebastian, you know, a year after he disappeared. And law enforcement knew it was bogus, and they came out and debunked it right away, you know. Now, Chris describes the events that were kind of in the Dropbox, and they were time-stamped with motion sensor events throughout the night, right? So it was easy to navigate through. And I mean, even in the footage that he showed, we can see the bus rolling through at about 6:20 and 33 seconds, right? So, I mean, very clear and crisp visuals on the surveillance from the neighborhood. Yeah, absolutely. This is key to providing that, this is key to proving that Sebastian did not leave willingly, and that it's a crime. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Sasha. Completely ridiculous that he would have bypassed all of the cameras. I can't believe it either, C. Taylor. I mean, you know, I'm with Chris, maybe a 1% chance, maybe. But I mean, he would really have to have known where all the cameras were located in the area. And I'm not saying that Sebastian isn't intelligent enough to kind of figure that out, but from all accounts, Sebastian wasn't someone who was out in the neighborhood frequently or frequenting people's households. It's not like he had a bunch of friends in the neighborhood where he's like, okay, my friend Tommy's house has, you know, 7 cameras, you know, Johnny down the street has 2, you know, it's not like that. Sebastian, you know, and it's sad to say it, but, you know, he wasn't, it didn't sound like he had friends over after school or that he went over to friend's house after school. Bobby, the neighbor, alleges that you couldn't even tell that kids lived there, you know, which is sad. I find it implausible that he left on his own 2 feet. Seclusion works. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And during a new moon, opens a bag of animal crackers. Seclusion works. We agree with you. He did not. Yeah, no way. No way. Claire Baron Bozo. That's funny. Seclusion works. Waning Gibbous and 22524 illumination 99%. Waning Gibbous on 22624 illumination 96%. Wow. So I mean, you know, that just goes to show, even though the neighborhood was really, really dark that night, the visibility would have been greater. And especially with all of the different lights that people have on their houses. And then, you know, it's going to be dark, but if somebody was walking past, it's going to set off the motion sensor lights, you know. So Clarabella withheld information. That's obstruction. Horn honker. Seclusion works. Yes, absolutely. Well said. Diversion timing since onset, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Hindsight. And I mean, you know, it's just very apparent. It's very apparent that they were trying to pass things off, you know, and lie to everyone. And then Chris and Katie tell this to Holly Thompson. Like, she's a moron. Like, she's not dealt with people. Like, she has no idea. You know, like she was born yesterday. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. That's true. Seclusion works. Yeah, with cool temperatures, clear, very good lighting. Yeah, it's going to make it so much easier to see, right? Yeah, those are great points, guys. Thank you. And I'm so grateful to Mob for that, too, because, you know, who thinks to look at the moon, right? And to check that visibility out. The woods are super ominous, right? And Sebastian didn't like bugs, and he didn't like to get dirty. So, again, I think if he was about to, you know, go on a walk to see his dad or something like that, with knowing that information, he would have definitely been prepared, right? Because he wouldn't have wanted, you know, I mean, he may have gone even as far as to like spray bug spray or something, right? Sebastian's a smart kid. he's, you know, he's a kid that likes strategy games, so he's always thinking ahead, right? And he's good at that. That's kind of his thing, right? They were searching for soil. Well, with the ground penetrating radar seclusion works, they would be searching for kind of ground disturbances and finding voids in underground in case, you know, somebody had dug a hole or that sort of thing. I mean, they use it for all kinds of different things. So I think so, Sasha. I think so. And I think, you know, if we all put our heads together and compare notes, we can get so much farther. I mean, just, you know, a unified front. In theory, the truth cannot go wrong. Exactly. And that's what we really need to search for. You know, even if it's something that's so far-fetched from what we originally believed, if it's the truth and it's coming out, it's important to remember, you know? I agree with this. Sasha says the Stankfoots are mind blown. We are still working this case and how close we are. I can see them biting their nails off. Oh yeah, and you know, Chris a while back was talking about possibly moving to Canada. So you know, I would say definite flight risk because of the heat. CP made it very clear he didn't do anything. Or a pack of kitties. I've never heard someone make it so clear that another person does nothing. Wow, especially a kid control much. Yeah, wow. Exactly, Sasha. Exactly. Oh, sorry guys, I did not mean to. And C. Taylor says, what about Socks, the kitty that cat holds so many secrets? Not my kitties are highly offended. C. Taylor. I think we should send them a pack of toilet paper and note attached. You need these compliments of YouTube crime, true crime Sebastian's army. Seclusion. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mosquito Bite, good to see you. She says, in my opinion, whoever is responsible is very happy that most of the world thinks Sebastian ever went home after the Texas Roadhouse. I do not believe it. And I also believe they wouldn't have carried him out with an officer there. Well, you know, that's a really good point, Mosquito Bite. And I can't discount that because, you know, one of the things that I've really been thinking about here lately in regards to whether he made it home or not is why they would even attract any attention towards the house, because you know how Chris has always been that way, you know. And I even thought of that may have been why they said missing in the area of Stafford Court, is because they didn't want to say missing from his home on 1008 Stafford Court, right? But you know, that's a great point. That is a great point, you know, because they would be, if they didn't have to draw the attention, why would they? And then it's like, well, did they forget something? Because, you know, even the most well thought out plans can have one little error, and that's all it takes. Thanks, Mosquito Bite, for your comment. I think we would add the charge of horrible style. Sheesh, my opinion. Absolutely. Hey, Forget Me Not. Good to see you. Aw. Thank you for being here. Canada won't accept them not as suspects in a missing child's case. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't think so. I really wouldn't. You know, they have not been cleared by LE. Nobody has, except for perhaps maybe the green hoodie. But even then, I don't know, because they used ground penetrating radar in Mara Murray's case to look and see if she was under concrete in the basement of a house. See it? Yeah, absolutely, Sammy G. Some of that stuff can go underneath the concrete and detect, you know, under concrete as well. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying they need to have some sort of evidence to back it up. Otherwise, who's going to come and do that, you know? Oh, okay. To enter Canada, if you have DV on you, they will say no. Wow, that's really interesting, Seclusion Works. Thanks for letting me know. Well, that good on them, because, you know, I wouldn't want that kind of a person around. If you're willing to hurt someone that you say you love, you're probably not going to have any regard for anybody at that point. Okay, guys, so I'm going to play this next clip here because we're kind of getting more into where these cameras are placed and, you know, what Chris thinks, and I have to agree.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you so much for everything you've done. God bless you. Crispy critter. Yeah, there you go. I like that crispy mullet. But yeah, just shame on you. Shame on those clowns for doing that. When they had that footage and knew that there's just no way. But then let's just add on to that, right? Because remember, there's more cameras. And then we even have a camera that is actually looking at the construction zone. But you know what I find interesting is I love how we don't even get to see what it looked like at night. Because remember, it was a waxing moon. You know, we don't know the lighting, of course, because, you know, why be transparent? But, you know, of course, here's the other thing that he wanted to show us. He wanted to show us just a random dog that's just, you know, not really tracking his actual scent. He's just tracking something. Again, I'm not a dog expert. But this is his, you know, circumstantial evidence, right? We got somebody walking a dog over here going into the construction site, and that is now his excuse to pull this whole narrative, even though he has all this other, I wouldn't even say circumstantial evidence, I would say evidence, surveillance footage that shows it's just impossible that this kid would have gotten down up through Killen, passing God knows how many surveillance cameras, and then some of the best surveillance cameras at the end to get into the construction site. But he still did it anyway. We had the first problem, him just getting out, right? We have two cameras, one looking at the front. Oh, this clown in his stupid garbage truck. Get this garbage truck out of here. Oh my God, I'm so done with garbage trucks. Get it out of here. Okay, he can't, there's three exits. There's the front door, there's the two on the garage doors, but if you think he's going out of those and not being seen, if he's not disturbing that light, there's no way. If it ain't caught on this camera, it's caught on the camera facing the other, in the backyard facing the other way. In my opinion, there's just no way he is going north. That's just my opinion. I just can't see how he's not disturbing a light source. It would be quick, right? It'd be very quick. But, again, I digress. But maybe he goes right. He goes south. Again, she supposedly had planter lights here. So, again, if she has some planter lights, if he's walking in front of the planter lights, I think those would get disturbed, right? So, again, if he comes out the back, I would think there'd be a good chance. Now, remember, this is a little bit darker because we're trying to see the light in the bedroom, but we'll get back to that. Okay, so let's just say, theoretically, he gets out somehow. I think his best chance would be out the front door to the left. Again, depending on the lights in the front yard of the home, how bright they are. You know, again, that stupid trash truck that Fish Sticks is obsessed with. Anyway, but I think that'd be his best chance. Maybe the backyard, I don't know. So anyway, so now he's going to try to go south, right? So somehow he gets past the first two main security cameras, right? Now, look at this gauntlet. Look at this gauntlet. Now I'm going to explain some things because I want to be transparent. The lights facing the house, obviously we know that. The Henderson PD, he has multiple cameras. Obviously, being an officer, part-time Henderson PD, he has multiple cameras. This one here, I don't know if it's on 1012 or 1014. Now this is very interesting. This is one of the cameras. There's two on Killen Ave that for some reason just did not pick up anything. Even though, remember, there's a car that goes up. We have multiple cars that go up Killen. Remember, we have the Uber driver and the 3M vehicle. For some reason, this camera, again, I'm not sure if it's on 1012 or 1014. From what I understand, now there could be maybe there is something there that they found and we just don't know. But in the beginning, we heard that there was some corruption with a couple cameras. This is one of them, from what I understand, right? Look at this gauntlet, right? So even if this is not active, right? So, and then with this cul-de-sac, I don't really know. I know that there's at least 1 to 2 homes that have cameras, but I don't know which way they're pointing. I'd assume they're pointing towards the driveway. I don't know. So I'm going to be transparent there. I know at least 1 or 2 have them, but I don't know where they're pointed. So I'll just be transparent in that. But I do know at least one of them has cameras, if not multiple. So now he's going to come down Stafford, and then guess what? The biggest camera of all, which has a motion light sensor that if you cross Stafford Street or Stafford Court, we know that's getting set off. And, you know, he might as well wave at the camera. So, again, but, okay, somehow he gets past that. Now he's going south. Oh, not to mention this house, you know, the boathouse. For those that have followed my channel, this guy has up to 7 cameras. I can tell because of, you know, his thing. Now, he may have some cameras that might be in the house. I don't know. I'd assume he's got at least one in the backyard facing, you know, when he parks his boats back here. Clearly, that's part of the reason why he got these cameras, is to make sure no one hooks up his boat and takes off with it. But he has up to 7 channels. That tells me he has at least 7 cameras. So, of course, this is the footage. And then we have, if he's going down killing, guess what? We have 2 more cameras. We have, oh gosh, I gotta look at the number here. Killing. Okay, killing. This guy's got a Ring camera. So this one here, he has a Ring camera. Or they, I should say they. I'm sorry, I don't know. And then we have, I think 1,000. And they have multiple cameras. Probably, I'm assuming I'm assuming a lot of these homes that have cameras probably have a camera that's facing their backyard in their pool. I think that'd be a very, obviously especially have a motion sensor in your pool, so someone, if someone falls in your pool, you can,
Yeah, so that's a great point. There's a lot of homes in the neighborhood that have pools, and so of course, you would think that they would have the cameras facing towards the pool in case somebody accidentally got in and fell in their pool. Most definitely. That's a great point, and thanks, Chris, for that. Little Redo's so funny. She said it in our chat before. She calls Chris the crispy critter, and then Chris called him crispy mullet, and I was like, oh gosh. But absolutely, shame on them for lying about the footage, right? A year later, and then Chris goes into, where the cameras are pointing at the construction zone, even kind of debunking that. And then he talks about the gauntlet, right, where there's just cameras everywhere and it would be nearly impossible to get through there undetected. Again, Chris Carr's residence is alleged to have multiple cameras, as well as there being 7 cameras at another home, because there's 7 different channels that would indicate that there's 7 cameras, and at least one of them is probably pointing toward their nice boat that they have. Sorry guys, I'm just plugging in the soundboard here. So with that being said, it's probably safe to say that, again, Sebastian wouldn't have made it out of the neighborhood undetected. And Chris is very thorough with this and showing us, why he thinks this. He's not just saying, look, Sebastian never made it through, without being detected, and that's it, right? He's like, look, this is where the cameras are placed, and it's kind of wild to think that he could get through there, without being caught on not even a single camera. Even if he was the military kind of like crawl, it still is very improbable. Okay, seclusion works. Thank you. Holds a Canadian passport and citizenship. Hindsight says yes, you're correct. No CP in Canada, Sasha. Mosquito Bite says, what kind of proof is needed to issue an Amber Alert? If it is corruption, Amber Alert could have been issued to push a narrative. Well, that's true. I mean, typically an Amber Alert signifies that an abduction has happened, right? Or there's a suspected abduction, and then that would warrant an Amber Alert. But that's very possible. Mosquito Bite, yeah. I mean, we just don't know, because they did push that out fairly quickly. If I remember correctly, the news outlets who were reporting on Sebastian very early on were saying that they bumped it up to an Amber Alert because of Sebastian's condition in terms of his autism. And back then we didn't know about his rare chromosomal deletion syndrome, or even that he had the pocket of fluid on his brain, or things like that. We just knew that he was autistic and that he was an individual that may have trouble getting himself back home, or finding his way back home. So that's a great question. Thank you. But that's kind of my understanding. And guys, feel free to, help out in the chat, because That's my best understanding of it, you know. And Seclusion Work says they even think you will embarrass them. The Canadians will say no. Really? Oh my gosh, that's funny. They accept DV victims but not offenders. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. There was a case a man crossed the border and they found out the record of DV and lifetime ban. Wow. They don't mess around, do they, Seclusion Works? Wow, that is really interesting. Thank you. That's good to know. Forget Me Not says Canada is also very strict on past driving under the influence DUI. Even if there's someone else driving, you'll never know what they say or do at the border. Go ahead and empty your U-Haul. Yeah, well, and you know, that's a good point. You know, they don't want people who have like a really bad habit of doing that driving around in Canada. Yeah. Hey, that's interesting. And you know, I think that's fair that they check into those things. And think again, Christopher, you don't think CIC doesn't know about you? Think again. Especially now, right? Seclusion Work, since we've kind of intertwined all of these different stories that are happening in Canada, and then, you know, with Sebastian Rogers and kind of being in that algorithm, I'm sure they're very aware, you know. Oh, okay. Sasha says, yeah, Sumner drained it. Why? He just made my point. Why did they drain it? Yep, there's a reason, because of the crawl space at their buddies. My speculation. Gosh, I would really like to see that infrared video. Oh, man. C. Taylor says, cannot make me believe Sebastian avoided all those cameras. Not a chance. Yeah, I'm with you, C. Taylor. I mean, you know, if I thought that there was any little way that he could have avoided any of the cameras, because I know Chloe P.I. said that in the beginning, but I was thinking to myself, you know, it's an awfully nice little kind of closely, you know, it's not like the houses are terribly on top of each other. Everybody kind of has a yard and that sort of thing, but it's just so close that you would think that those, you know, wide camera angle would really pick up on everything. Yeah, I'm with you. Not a chance. Canada's way too classy to accept Proudfoot, in my opinion. I hope he tries, though. Oh gosh, wouldn't that be funny? Kind of like when what's his name, Scott Peterson, tried to run to the Mexican border with his brother's ID, and he dyed his hair blonde. Oh my gosh, that was really something. I don't think at all he left on his own. Too much pointing towards involuntary. He left his shoes, the beloved Switch, his phone behind. A gamer always carries prized gaming items. You know, that is such a good point, Seclusion Works, and that's a lot of it for me too. And even though CP had made the comment on Duchess for the Missing in their very first interview they did, that Sebastian doesn't really have a concept of, CP said that if Sebastian has $20, that Sebastian doesn't really understand what $20 will get him. But I don't think that's true. And I think that he would have taken the money that was in his piggy bank that they had found later on. And I absolutely agree that he would have, at the very least, taken his Switch. And, you know, another thing that makes me, or that you reminded me of, was when Seth said that when they'd go fishing together, that Sebastian liked certain spots where he had a Wi-Fi signal. So, you know, he's like any of the kids, you know, of his generation, even my daughter's generation, always having that at their fingertips, you know. They're used to having that Wi-Fi signal, right? And if they don't, it's quite devastating, you know, and they want that. And so, you know, yeah, CP said he's Houdini, a ninja. What the hell? I know, Sasha. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yes, exactly. Well, and that Seclusion says, heck, I have my gaming device in my bag, satchel, or in my back satchel wherever I go. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, because if I get really bored or something like that, that's when I play the games on my phone and that sort of thing. So, I mean, you know, maybe Sebastian, I mean, I would think, especially if he was always playing the Switch and it was something that he really enjoyed, I think, yeah, I think it's safe to say he would have taken it. Oh, maybe just one had infrared, Sasha. That's possible. If I were the parents and felt that he walked off, I would get a cat and bribe him to come home with the cat because he absolutely knows how much, yeah, because they absolutely know how much he loves cats. You know, that's such a good point. You know, Miss Keto, I mean, I would, yeah. You would think you would do anything, right? To be like, we want you to come home and yeah, we know that we gave your cats away and we're sorry. Like all the things that would happen or all the things that happened in the past, you know, you think you would feel like a certain level of guilt about, right? And that, I think that's what's really hard here too. So that's a great point, is that like if I was Katie, I might be thinking, oh my gosh, I can't believe we got rid of his cats, and you know, oh my, you know, how could we coax him back, right? Yeah. Ugh. But they haven't done any of that. Not any of that. Yeah, Meg says 100 Mosquito. All right, guys, here is this next one we got.
Another gauntlet if he's going out killing Av. So again, in my personal opinion, I don't think there is any way this kid is just getting past all these cameras. My personal opinion. Let me know what you think in the chat. If you have something, you know, and then this camera over here, I know there's like one or two homes in here. Again, it's not very clear which ones had the cameras, but I know one, at the very least, one has camera in, on Winton Court. Okay, continuing on. Yeah, exactly. Fish Sticks was there just for the money. Okay, one more thing. I still have a few more things. Let me take a sip here. That would be probably the police, because they were looking at all the cellar trap doors and stuff. That's on the if you listen to the scanner audio. Gosh, I forget the name. I could find the channel name. Somebody knows in chat, please let me know. But yeah, they talk about, hey, we need to check as many crawl spaces as we can. If we can't do it ourselves, we need to tell the homeowners to do it. So I think that's what she means by they. Okay, I'll get to chat in just a minute. One last thing. Okay, so let's look at the lights and the way that they traveled. And I apologize. Maybe let me do this. Oh, actually, I think I zoom in. Do I zoom in here? No, I don't think I do. Let me do this. No. Oh, there we go. Aha. So let's pull this up, right? So this orange line, this is Sebastian Rogers' home, right? This is what I believe the path. Now we know the path of the lights go this direction. And then, at the very least, it looks like one goes behind the home. Remember, again, I can't remember. I want to say it's 1012, but I could be wrong. One of these two had a camera, but I think, for some reason, it didn't capture anything. So do keep that in mind. They go. Do you think that is just coincidence or by design that they basically almost, I think the only reason why they got caught is they didn't realize this camera here, they thought it was pointing this way, and I don't think they realized that they would have been seen. Again, let me know what you think in chat. Do you think that's just a random coincidence? I'm 80% sure. And again, remember, there's more cameras I don't know about, right? I'm still trying to kind of, again, I'll probably do maybe another live or a short video on this particular topic, but with more accurate information that I can, give to you guys. But again, you think that's by design? I'm not sure. CC. Yeah, one of the Henderson PD guy was, obviously this was trying to, that was supposed to be something that wasn't really supposed to be leaked out, but somebody else did that. Yeah, so the Henderson PD guy was in the command center, and then for some reason went to the vigil and freaked out and said, oh my God, this is so bad. And it was just such a huge red flag. So anyway, I'm not going to go over, obviously, lights. We've gone over this a million times. Okay. So remember whole fish sticks and Crewminati gang is trying to say that this is the field of the view of the camera. And I really do think that this is what they thought. I really think they did their homework, obviously. Kit Kat and Crispy did their homework with their surveillance. And I think they misjudged this particular camera, screwed up. And then whatever driver was involved, obviously, really screwed up when he then obviously pulled in and set off the motion lights. Oops. And then waited for them to shut off and then backed the hell out of there. So you guys remember this? Fisher released this, right? Whatever. And this was supposed to be in regards of trying to say, oh, look, well, hey, look, it's 3:06. There's no lights going on, but yet you're blurring half the damn stuff that's important. But then, thanks to another creator, and really thanks to Crabtree, who then released the uncensored version. Now, why was this house blurred at 3:06? Sorry, it's taking a little bit longer. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what's that right there? This is at 3:06. That's the dining or living room. That'd be the living room. But this one, that's Kitty's bedroom's light on. There's no doubt about it. There's no damn reflection. People in the damn reflection. Oh my gosh. That's Kitty's. She has two windows, right? But remember, she has those shades that she can easily. But clearly, she didn't shut this one very well. That's her light on at 3:06 a.m. What's going on here? And clearly, we got lights on. Remember, they've got those. I forget those shades. If anybody can correct me in chat. So 3:07, 3:06. Here's Katie's light on. And at 5 a.m., well, I'll be damned. Her light is now not on, which is.
Well, I'll be damned. 3:06, 3:07. Katie's light is on, and so is the living room light. And then at 5 in the morning, no longer on. Right. So this was one of my favorite clips because it shows the way the lights traveled, right? And I do believe it was by design. I do think that they did misunderstand the camera view. I think they absolutely did their own homework here in terms of Crispy and Kit Kat doing their homework. And I do believe what Chris said, because the driver absolutely screwed up when they triggered that motion sensor light, and they probably thought to themselves, oh shit, we just tripped off the motion sensor light. And then let's not forget when Mr. Carr allegedly, after being at the command center or command post, came to the vigil and freaked out saying, this is bad, this is so bad, right? So, we have all of these factors, and then we have Chris and Katie wanting us to believe that there's nothing to see here. Their PI puts this information out and expects us to believe it, but yet here's Katie's light on around the time that Sebastian went missing. But I thought she went to bed at midnight, because she told that to Duchess for the missing, and then Chris wanted to introduce his crystal clear to the world when nothing is crystal clear. Because why was your lights on at 3 in the morning, Katie? Not just your bedroom light, but there were lights on in your house. It's absolutely crazy. And it's like, why would we ever believe that? And I agree, Seclusion Works says, Mosquito, brilliant point. Sebastian seems to be the type to make a list and add up the prices and know exactly what he needs. Sasha, I think so too. He seems very meticulous, in my opinion. And I think that, that's something that I'm sure, like all of us, as we're learning, would have to understand the value of money, what we can get, and that sort of thing. The math behind what things cost, taxes, you have to consider that, right? Seclusion Work says, but there's no guilt on behalf of those two. Yes. Oh, absolutely. No. There is no guilt. Because if there was, they would be out there trying to a-holes and feckers. Seclusion Work, but they would be trying to do something to make sure that they found their son. What type of parent acts in a blatant disregard of a missing boy? Our daughter was reported missing from school, and my wife left her work at the hospital to search. Oh my goodness, that had to have been so scary. Oh my gosh. Search for her in her scrubs. We found her at the library, thankfully. Yeah, and that's the thing. Sometimes kids do decide that they're going to go someplace, right, and not tell anybody. And, yes, C. Taylor, absolutely. We're so glad that she's found. But, but you do everything you can right away, and time is of the essence, right? You're just thinking, oh my gosh, where are they? And you don't want them to get too far, or you don't want them to get hurt, or heaven forbid someone picks them up, any of that, Yeah, we know what we're seeing and hearing, and people are frustrated. Forget me not. Absolutely, well said. And that's the biggest thing. It's frustrating, it's absolutely frustrating. And it's really insulting at the end of the day. It's like, it's insulting our intelligence. It's very clear that a mother at least is involved in the disappearance. I agree, Sasha. I agree. And, for them to want to fight back and forth about it, show us some proof, Oh, the excuse from our daughter, the class is stupid. She says, I'd rather be reading a book than I want, right? Seclusion Works. That's cute. Well, and you never know what kids are thinking or how they're feeling, and they decide, hey, I'm gonna go do this, and they do. And and I would never blame a parent for something like that. And whenever there's a logical explanation for something, it's a big difference. But here we're just expected to believe all this nonsense, and it is. It's so irritating. We may have enough probable cause on Katie Proudfoot because she said she was sleeping at this time and didn't wake up until 6. So why is the light going off and on and off? Well, exactly. She says, I went to bed at around midnight, and then I woke up at 6 a.m. to wake up Sebastian. Well, that's not what your lights are saying, Katie. I don't know about you, but, most people sleep in, especially adults, sleep in a room that's dark. Adam Forever 21 says, what is wrong with law enforcement down there? My God. Well, and that's the thing. If the citizen sleuths can figure this out, I mean, that's just well said, Adam Forever 21. I just don't understand, my friend. I don't. I mean, it's clear as day. And then they try to hide it, and they pass the stuff off like, we're not going to figure it out. So, props to Crabtree on that one. We give credit where credit's due. So there you go. Hey, sweet Sativa. Good to see you. So nice to have you. Thank you for being here. Detroit Rock City says they need to analyze the camera footage from before 3 a.m. hour, perhaps a few days before, to see what was going on around that house. That might catch more unusual activity going on. I agree, Detroit. That's really well said, too. Thank you. Why they don't want to do that, or what? Well, because remember when they actually did, to my knowledge, say to people, could you please start looking back on the camera footage, from Sunday to Monday, early on Sunday to Monday, but they never talked about, that whole weekend. And I think that would help out tremendously. I really do. I really do. And thank God for people who are willing to do this digging. Most mothers would die for their children. So to say that they left home because they were threatened. Yeah. Oh gosh, Sammy. Yes. To say that they left home because they were threatened does not have any urgency, or say they can't go search for legal reasons, more worried about public. Right. Or their own health issues, right? Like, who even thinks about that? Look at Brandy Neal. I mean, that poor woman, she doesn't care. She does not care. She is not thinking about herself. And, you know, she's one that I wish would, you know, because she's a good mama and she needs to take care of herself, you know, but that's the things that we see parents do, you know. Exactly. Forget the public issue. Seclusion work says that's your child. Absolutely. Absolutely. Brandy is the best, sweet sativa. I agree. You know, and she doesn't complain. She's out there. If she's complaining that her son needs to be found. Her son needs justice, you know. Yeah, absolutely, Steve Taylor. It's a great point, Detroit. I mean, my Lord. Okay, guys, so I have this other clip here we'll watch.
Which is just between this tree. We can still see the one light that's on. There's one more thing here. Okay, before I move on to the at-night thing. Okay, Day for Justice. There's a clip with her, and again, if I'm wrong, shame on me, but I'm about 90%, I'm pretty sure I'm 90% right. It's a clip of her, and unfortunately, I was busy. There was like so much other stuff going on, so I didn't snag it. I'm sure it's on Twitter somewhere. And it's Jay for Justice saying, and she's talking about this, because remember, Crabtree went live. Now, I didn't see the live, because I was probably preparing my live or something. And so people had taken screenshots, right? So these are the screenshots. Jay for Justice had heard that he was starting to show the unblurred version and was allegedly freaking out and said something to the effect of, hey, we need to let Fish Sticks know that your boy Crabtree is playing this clip showing this. No, we're not talking about the ruckus. Get that ruckus. Yeah, screw the ruckus. That is clickbait garbage. Clickbait garbage. No, not the no. That's clickbait garbage. No. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? On Twitter. I know it's on Twitter. I know it's there somewhere in the ether. It is literally, and I'm 90%. It's Jay for Justice. Okay, Ashley says yes. If anybody knows and finds it, and it could even send it to me for this live so I could play it. I'm 90% sure. The reason why I bring this up is because, from what I understand, and if I'm wrong, shame on me. But I'm pretty sure 90% correct. It sounded like she was upset, and she's literally quoted saying like, "Hey, Fish Sticks, your boy Crabtree over here is releasing, this footage." And again, if your goal is to find Sebastian, why don't you want transparency? Again, this is what I'm trying to say. Why wouldn't you want transparency? Remember, his live then got shut off, and then it's deleted. And thank God some people took some screenshots that we have. But yeah, there is a clip. I'm trying to find it. I know I will find it, but I'm 90% sure it's Jay speaking, and she's freaking out because he went live and he's showing the uncensored stuff. What the F? Like, why wouldn't you want transparency? Like, what if in this clip there's Sebastian Rogers like wandering around, right? He got it through Fish Sticks, because remember they were all a crew at one point. Now, I don't know the entire backstory, but again, it was live. I didn't get to see live because it got taken down, but thank God some people were taking screenshots. And these screenshots are huge because, again, here is Katie's bedroom light on at 3:06 a.m. They're making flyers for other countries across the border to be on the lookout. And so they've got this one that's in English, but they also have one, I'm assuming, that's in Spanish and maybe some other languages. I'm not sure. But look at this. I mean, look at this. This is amazing that they're putting this stuff together. Do you see Kit Kat and Crispy doing any of this? Right? Absolutely not. Okay, so it's at night. The division has not been effective in the past and is unlikely to be effective in the future. Several analysts believe there's evidence of a kidnapping. No way. And parental kidnapping has not been considered a theory since sometime in October, which our analysts and Virginia-based independent contractor provide their intelligent dossier. The alleged fake satellite imagery, which, oh my gosh, there's a certain channel that went after the fake satellite, and oh my God. You can request satellite photos from third-party companies at any time. Obviously, you can't get just any picture. It depends on when the satellite is going over, but you can get them, and it's clear as day because they're so much better. This one person was trying to say, oh, well, they just took Google images, which, although the Google images are now getting better, I think they're now starting to use like the satellite imagery or whatever. Anyway, absolutely stupid. But in this first part, they basically say we don't think, we think there's a kidnapping, but we're not sure about the parents. But in my opinion, I really think, While our opinion is not definitive, we do not believe Mr. Rogers, Mr. Proudfoot, or Mrs. Proudfoot had any involvement based on our communications. I think this is just my opinion, I think this is more to kind of calm the waters on that side of things, right? And just stick with just kidnapping, which I'm totally fine with that end. We have been in contact with current administration. Letters being drafted by FBI Director Kash Patel and Director Dan Bongino. I'm sorry if I butchered that. And then they basically say, we operate under the assumption that Sebastian is alive until evidence indicates otherwise. I do respect that. They double down on there'll be signs of kidnapping. So kind of another statement to somebody else, just shortened, basically saying, I think this is more just to kind of just say, hey, we believe it's kidnapping, and kind of play nice and not to try to be as outspoken as they were with their team. I don't know. Again, that's just my interpretation. Let me know what you think in chat. But in my opinion, I don't give a shit. I want to rock the boat right now because right now this poor kid is missing and this case has grown cold and there's just way too much evidence and it needs to go into another department's hands, right? Sumner County, they've had their chance. Give it to somebody else. Again, they wanted to go to the federal level. From what Jennifer said, who is former FBI, she said that's likely not to happen.
Yeah, so I guess, I agree there that I don't think it's likely to happen unless they can find some sort of evidence that a federal crime has been committed. I just don't see them taking over on an FBI level, which is very unfortunate. And I do have to say that, I think it would be a fair assumption to say that maybe At Night is trying to play fair or stop the divide. But I agree with Chris. I think we need to rock the boat. And I think from what we just saw with the cameras all over the neighborhood and then Katie lying again, catching her in a huge lie, like that she wasn't in bed at midnight, like she said she was. That is such strong evidence. Quite possibly some of the strongest evidence that I've seen in the case. And it's Shady Katie, Juicy Jules, my lord. It's like, and Chris tells us, he's like, hey, that Ruckus video is clickbait. Don't think about the Ruckus video. Apparently, and oh my gosh, I was searching all over because I really wanted to send this over to Chris because, like I said, I so appreciate everything that he's done here and really doing a great job on showing us why he believes what he believes. And I have to agree. But I guess Crabtree obtained this information from Fish Sticks. And then when Jay is for Justice saw that he had put the unedited version out, then she allegedly went back and tattled on Crabtree to SF and said, hey, your boy's got, this picture that you didn't want out and, the rest is history. So, they didn't want to rock, they don't want to rock the boat. I understand that. I don't mind rocking the boat, at all, especially after seeing this. Because, At Night is saying that some of their analysts are thinking that there's evidence or that they're showing evidence of a kidnapping. And, going back to what we were talking about earlier, that's very possible. Maybe law enforcement even thinks that there was a kidnapping. But I know that they're saying that they're not sure about the parents. I think after seeing Katie's light on after 3 a.m., it's definitely pointing towards Katie knows something, in my opinion. Hey, Mimi Ma, good to see you. Captain Crunch, yum. What happened in the house at 3 a.m.? Great point. Great point. What happened? And why was she still awake? Sasha says KP said she didn't check the thud, so why would her light be on? And she said the thud was earlier, right, at 10 o'clock. Yes, CP said he woke her up at 12, so why is KP's light on in the same time the activity in common? Absolutely. Yeah. I agree. I mean, either her light, I mean, and also we see the living room light on too, which was where she said she was sitting, doing multiple activities at once, talking, sleeping, studying, all of that. So yeah, the common area. Yeah. Sasha says this seems like enough probable cause to implicate KP in Sebastian's disappearance. Yes, I agree. I agree. Just seeing that, because at the very least, can somebody explain that? Sammy G says, except turns out above and below the light in the ruckus video does show something. It is not clickbait. I would have to go back and really rewatch the ruckus video because it's been so long since. I mean, didn't Jay put that out? What was it, March or April that came out? I was thinking it was closer to March. I'd have to go back and watch it again because, I was wondering about the ruckus video. Some people were saying that the photo that I enhanced was from the ruckus video, which I don't know about that. Forget Me Not says, I've been subbed up to Mob a while and he usually doesn't get so animated. Sebastian's case bothers him, in my opinion. Yeah, he's very passionate, right? And I mean, I definitely think that Mob is in it for, the reasons that he says, I just want to help solve these cases, help out how I can, help with searching, help with awareness, all of that stuff. And yeah, I agree. He's usually a very even-keeled guy. And then also I did speed this up a little bit, guys, just to help out with time, because I have one more clip, but we've done 13 clips tonight, so that's why I was really bogged down too with all the clips, that I couldn't really add anything in tonight. And Seclusion Works says it's also hard to say what went down in that house. Oh, absolutely. And we never know what happened behind closed doors. Was Katie up cleaning? Was Katie up talking on a burner phone? I mean, she could have had another phone. Hashtag Katie confess. Yeah, or hashtag confess Katie. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, something is definitely not right. And I mean, all of these things adding up, I think deserves law enforcement to speak to Katie on a one-on-one level, interrogation style. Stop pussyfooting around with her. She could take it like a man. She's a Navy, right? Maybe we can get NCIS at the Navy. She's a tough gal. She's no little fragile flower. What were you guys telling me? We need a presser. Yes, Mima, we do. We do need a presser. We do. It's just absolutely sad that law enforcement overlooks all of this and that we have to figure it out for them. Sweet Sativa says, good on you, rock that boat, girl. I'm just glad to have other people that are willing to do it too, like Crime Time Buzz and Chris here. And, I'm so glad that people are really passionate about the case, and we just want the answers, right? We just want to figure out what happened. We don't want to blame anybody. I mean, it's easy to blame someone and say it's you did it, and have nothing to back it up with. But I mean, I would say that we have a lot of information to back it up with, especially their own words, the stories changing. Do these people receive benefits through the Navy? Follow the money, golden rule. Can someone find out? I would think that Chris would have a retirement. Yeah. And I would think they actually thinking on that. I would think they both do, but I don't know for sure, but I could try to figure it out, Sasha. I could look into it. I think those are really hard. I think that's really hard to figure out. Yeah, I agree. Sweet Sativa. I mean, I've tried to look at it from multiple angles. I really have, but especially seeing where the lights, or excuse me, especially seeing where the cameras were situated in the houses, the alleged field of view. It looks like, you know, there's no real safe way to get out of that neighborhood without being detected, rather, not detectives, but detected. Yeah, and I wish it wasn't so. I wish it was a big bad monster stranger, and Sebastian had the greatest stepdad and mom, and he had a great dad. I wish that was the case, but what we're seeing is that Mr. Crisp and Mr. Crispy and mom were not the nicest to Sebastian, right? Look at the Texas Roadhouse. I can't change what Katie did in the video, right? I can't change people's perspective on a video. They see with their own two eyes, right? We can't control that. So it is what it is. Just like the cameras in the neighborhood, just like all of it, Was there a shadow in the window? I'm going to have to go back and look, Mimi Ma. I'm going to have to go back and look. Because I know we kind of analyzed those way back. But I'd like to kind of take a closer look. Okay, so yeah. Sweet Sativa says no shadow in the window. It makes you wonder what she was doing and how many other lights were on. That's a huge issue for her, Sasha. I'll say her statements go against the grain of this activity. Absolutely. This is so overwhelming with circumstantial evidence and no one would crack. I agree. I agree that he has highly analyzed the Ruckus video too. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look too at his coverage of it as well. Because I know he's so good at that stuff that, and honestly, I have to admit that, I don't trust the creator that did the Ruckus. I will say that. That's why I'd like to go back and look at it, just because when I watched it, I did trust that person. I guess I should say, not trust them. That's kind of a, that's kind of a bold statement when you don't know somebody. But I guess I at least trusted that this person was trying to get accurate information out there to help. I'm not so sure about that anymore. It's a person that has Chris Proudfoot saying, "Welcome to Cooterville. Please close your legs." Barf. Talk about vomitocious. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play this very last clip for us here.
Again, I would think it's got to be across state lines or something happens on federal ground. But she did mention that this National Center for Exploited Children, they do have a task force and that they could take over again, which is kind of crazy. So again, I'm trying to reach out because once I know, who we could email, because, I just don't want to, because I don't want people emailing Sumner County because, just in case if they're getting tips, the last thing we want to do is flood them. And then, if there's say, that 1 in a million chance tip that comes in and it gets overlooked, that would not be good. So, but yes, this, again, we need to back up Seth, and just get this out of Sumner County's hands, right? And why we need to do that, and I'll show you why we need to do that. Let's see, where are they? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Look at, oh shit. There's Caroline with her ERI. I'm sorry, I called that GPR. But same concept. God, I know I had one. Ugh. I might revisit the cars and stuff. Where is it? I know I put it in here. Oh, there's us going under the roof. Anyway, where is it? One more time. They're probably not in there for very long, so that's why. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Then I'm gone. All right, let me just do it this way. 1 second, guys. I just want to make one other statement, and then I'll read chat here, and we'll finish up. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh, if I can spell. Okay. You see these guys right here? Oh, it's probably hard. See these guys right here, if you don't know? This is Dylan Rounds' case, the first case I worked on. That's his father. That's his mother. Now, they split up. They had, from what I understand, I'm not going to be wrong, but it sounded like it was a nasty breakup, right? But when it came to, I was going to say Sebastian, when it came to finding Dylan Rounds, they put their differences aside, and they were on a mission. And I've got to work with both of them separately, together, and the ferocity in both of them, is just something just unheard of. Candace Cooley, right? So this is just one of the other things I just want to point out, and I think I've mentioned this before. When Dylan Rounds' case got big, right, or started popping off, there was a channel out there that was clowning on them hard, and had some wild conspiracy theories, just clowning on them. You know what Candace did? Said, you know what? She reached out to the creator, said, hey, I'll come on your channel, because she knew he had a pretty big, as far as Dylan Rounds, he had a big audience. I'll be honest, I was a little mad at the beginning. She did come on my show a bunch as well, but I was really blown away because I lived in Utah. This guy didn't. I think he was in California. Anyway, long story short, she went on a show, asked me anything you want, and then she was on his show like every week, right? And then when she wasn't on his show, they were out there working. They were out there looking, doing whatever they can, getting a reward up there. Interviews. If they weren't doing interviews, oh my God, like when I'd reach out to her, she would, be like just getting out from a nap or something. Like they were always doing something, right? But again, you do not see that. Again, this is where I'm trying to kind of say my experience, little experience that I have working with Searching for the Missing. Seth Rogers' reactions, the way he behaves, is what I have experienced. Kit Kat and Crispy, complete opposite. They want to go on vacation. Crispy wants to troll YouTube. And again, if you want to look up his greatest hits, I would have to censor 90% of it where he is just bad-mouthing women. And he's a pig. He's just a pig. He's a little man. He's a little guy, a little wimpy man who thinks he can, talk down to women. In my opinion. Allegedly, right?
Okay, guys. So, yeah, that's my opinion, too. Little wimpy pig Chris over there. Just, a little fraction of a man with a little tiny, whatever. It's not worth mentioning. So, and guys, I don't have any experience working with any families of the missing except for in Sebastian's case, right? Just, that sort of thing, right? But I do have experience with working with Jana, who is Crystal McCrory Jones's sister, and just seeing how her sister fights for her and is changing laws and is doing everything that she can. I have to say, I agree with what Chris is saying here, and it's just been my experience that, working with even Seth, all he wants to do is find his son. Working with Jana, all she wants is justice for her sister, right? Because she knows that her sister isn't with us anymore, right? But that doesn't stop her. That does not stop her. She is relentless. She is someone to look up to. She's amazing. And it's the love that she has for her sister that pushes her to do this, right? And this to seek out justice. And Seth is just interested in finding his son. So Dylan Round's parents apparently had a very nasty breakup, right? But whenever they realized that their son was in danger, missing, that changed, right? They put their differences aside. They were on a mission together. He said that both parents had that ferocity. He said that's all they wanted to do was find their child. I guess there was a YouTuber that was giving them a hard time, and I would do the same thing as this woman did. I really would. I would go on the show and say, what do you need to know, right? Ask me anything, and that's what she did. They were putting rewards up. They were doing interviews. They were always doing something, and we don't see that. That's the same thing that I see with Jana. She's always doing something. I'm always getting a notification for a Facebook group or something that's going on with Crystal, you know, she's always spreading awareness about her sister, and she has, it's either a bumper sticker or a magnet on her car dedicated to her sister that she drives around with. She doesn't take that down. Chris and Katie took theirs down, and so did the Bowerstocks. I mean, it is what it is. I can't help it. They did it, not me, you know. I mean, I can't even feel bad anymore because there's no reason to, you know. One last thing, guys, I wanted to share with you guys tonight, and I am working on getting the address for this, but I want to make sure I get the correct one. And I was kind of rushed, but this is Dan Bongino, and he is assistant director of the FBI with Kash Patel. And we did a letter writing campaign to Kash Patel. So if you want to write 2 letters, because, you know, feel free. It's still ongoing. But I wanted to do kind of one person at a time. But it's always still ongoing to bring awareness to Sebastian's case. And, you know, it says that they've moved mountains over the last 4.5 months to bring serious structural reforms to the FBI, right? So, I mean, it kind of looks like they're going into something about claiming Kash and Dan are part of Epstein, whatever. At this point, I don't give a crap, right? Sebastian's missing. This guy's the assistant director, and, you know, he was a Fox News contributor before he took this position, you know, so maybe he will listen. And I want to see him move mountains in Sebastian Rogers' case. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, put your money where your mouth is. If you're putting this all over the place that you've moved mountains, let's see it. Because guess what? There's a mountain right here for Sebastian Rogers. Sometimes I feel like we climb up it and then we fall down it. And then we have to get back up and then start climbing again. But whatever we have to do, Dan Bongino at Dbongino on X, you know, and just drop him a line, guys. Just, you know, it doesn't have to be long. It doesn't have to be, you know, it can be anything that you want from your heart. But I want you guys to wait until you're a little bit pissed off. And then I want you to do it, you know, because I find that that's the best way to do it. And even if you take this information that Chris shared with us and say, look, this lady says that she was in bed at midnight. That has been her story this whole time. But then we see these lights on in her home around the time that Sebastian was allegedly carried out of the house. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Because she went back to the house, bring up the light sources, you know, bring in some of the circumstantial evidence that we have. It's so very important. And if they're going to move mountains, they'll listen. If they care about justice, if they want reform, then they'll listen. Because I don't know anybody that deserves reform more than Sebastian Rogers at this point, especially when it comes to Sumner County and some of the crazy locals who have crapped all over the case. You know, the sheriff who acts like he's stupid but he's educated makes no sense. Oh gosh, Rob Beanie, she really is. You know, Janet is still fighting for correct outcome on her sister's case. Yeah, and she doesn't want this to happen to other families, you know, and that's what it kind of, once you know how it feels, that's what you try to spread out there. And I feel that from Seth, and I wish I felt it from everybody. What a wonderful world it would be, you know, but we have Napoleon over here, C. Taylor, you know, we got a little man over here, a little crispy. He's awfully crisp about it. And, you know, sorry, Chappie, get over it. Get your butt out there. You know, I mean, Mimi Ma says, I honestly do not think he got home. I do think they came back for other stuff he needed. Do we know when CP's parents left for Alaska? You know, I heard it was within a week. I'll just say that just to be safe because I don't have an accurate number, but sometime, within a week after Sebastian went missing. And apparently it was a planned trip, a trip that had happened before. So yeah, it is amazing. It is. But we can make a difference, and I know we can. We can make a difference. She is amazing. I'll tell you, she's inspirational to me. And that's the thing. You all made a difference. All of you guys made a difference that were in my chats, that were in any of the other people who covered Jana's sister's case, Crystal McCrory Jones. You guys went over and signed that petition. You're part of the reason why there was change that was made where nobody's remains will ever be disrespected. It will never be disrespected again. Look at her face. She never deserved to be disrespected. Ever. She deserved a proper investigation, not a botched one. And her sister's out there making a difference, and you guys all did too. And we can make a difference against Snuggle Struggle, Yeah, just think about that asshole when you're writing this, and you don't even have to say that, you don't even have to talk about him. Just remember, that shit that he pulled and the shit that he continues to pull and how he likes to dodge everything. And I heard he's like trying to get a raise. Please. You need exposed, not a raise. I mean, 2 weeks later. Thanks, Robini. I think it was 2 weeks later, but CP had to get the RV on the third day and take 17 hours to do so, in my opinion. Yes. Okay. The third day. That's what I was thinking. Because at first I was going to say like 4 days, but then I was like, no, that's not it. Thanks, Robini. Yeah. I mean, and it's just, that's another thing. And a great point. It's like, no, because we wouldn't get the special treatment. No way. I'd get a special treatment all right, but it wouldn't be this one. And there's no reason at all for us to allow for this. Not when Sebastian deserves so much better. I mean, even down to this photo. We weren't even good enough to see this photo. That's the most recent photo. Have you guys, I mean, I can't even think of another case where this was allowed for old photos to be given out to the public. And don't forget the photo that we were given had the TBI logo on it. So I can only halfway blame Katie. Yeah, she chose the one where they're sitting next to each other smiling away. Of course she did. She's not going to show the one where he can't have a role. A complimentary role. They're free. It's not like you're paying. It's not like a paid appetizer where, some of them are like $10, right? Whatever. It's complimentary. And you're not going to let them have it. I think I'm more pissed off about the role than I am about some of the other stuff. But, sliding the menu over at him like she did, giving him the 1, 2, 3, and then with her spoon, this and that, bopping her head at him. Again, he's not my son. I don't tell other people how to raise their kids. But what the heck? Let's not forget she likes to put Sebastian in danger. Oh, sorry. You guys can't see Miss Francis in this one. Hold on. I got her for you. Likes to put Sebastian in danger. Oh, it's okay. Talk to the pedophile on the phone. So wrong. Let's not forget this. Changed after how long? This was like after a year. I think probably even after a year and a month, they came out with this BS. And changed the flyer. Last seen February 25th, 2024. More like last seen February 25th, 2024 at the Texas Roadhouse. And let's not forget the last time that Katie came out was on May 23rd, 2024. After that, it was the 1 year anniversary, and then it was the article with Dateline, which is super weird. I've always watched Dateline NBC episodes, and it was episodes, of a show, not an article. And then she was on America's Most Wanted, where they couldn't even show Sebastian's room. I mean, the list goes on and on. It would take us, forever. Oh, see, Taylor, I mean, it really chaps my ass about the roles. I'm telling you, like, I just want to go through the TV screen and take her roles and give them to Sebastian. All of them, all 3 roles. It's like, you don't get any Katie. Now you watch him eat roles and see how it makes you feel, Oh, golly, makes me mad. Mimi Ma, thank you. Seth Strong, that's right. Seth Strong, Sebastian Strong. The reason why we are Sebastian Strong is because of Seth. Absolutely. The reason why there is a Sebastian's army is because of Seth. Yeah, Stinkfoots didn't provide any America's Most Wanted footage with the car either. No, of course not. And it's so funny that they took out the entire ending of the flashlight video. So, the free world just thinks, oh, well, nobody went back to the house. Oh, everything's fine, right? No way. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. And that's what made me look back into this again. And I think that's why other people are looking back into it, because something is just not right. It stinks. As bad as the Stinkfoots. It's stanky like their stanky leg. All right. Well, I'm going to have to hop off here, guys, because it's about to get loud with coffee making and everything. But I really appreciate you all being here. And please remember Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, bug the shit out of these guys. They get paid enough. They're in a prestigious appointed position by Mr. Trump. So they're the ones that we need to speak to, and they're the ones that need to do something. Because they move mountains. Look at that. It says they move mountains. And I might even start mine off by saying, Mr. Bongino, I heard that you move mountains. Because that's what we need for Sebastian, because that's what Sebastian deserves. All right, guys. I love you all so much. Thank you all for being with me tonight. I know it was a super long live. Like, this is the longest live I've done in a really long time, but I had a lot to say, and I had a really nice break and got to kind of recharge my batteries a little bit. So, I will get you a physical address for Dan Bongino. And if any of you guys find that clip, please send it over to Chris at Mob Crew. And then let me know, send it to me as well. But, he says to email it to him. So if you guys see that clip from X, and it was J is for Justice tattling on Crabtree allegedly to SF, I would love to play it. We'll definitely reserve it for Mob to play first, since he's the one that brought it up, and I really wanted to get it over to him. And again, thank you so much for keeping that awareness. All of you creators out there, you know who you are. Smiley, Jay over at Crime Time Buzz. I mean, there's so many of you guys, and I appreciate you all. We're all on the same team. Hindsight and Mama Marissa and BMW Coop. You guys know we love you here. And Kiki 2025 True Crime, all of you guys. And of course, everybody, please stay safe out there. And, let's keep this in the forefront that Katie lied about this going to bed at midnight business. All right, guys. Thank you so much.